and look at your reward. It's a new trial.
Alrighty then, folks. Let's see if I did this thing right. I think I did it right. What's going on there, everybody? It's a pretty marvelous Monday, I guess, as far as good day out, sun shining. Got some things done, I guess, as far as for the start of spring. We already got the crickets going. Yeah, it might turn out to be that way, I guess, as far as I'm doing some more 3D modeling, so I'm sure it might get a little bit quiet in here, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so those weren't working there for a brief moment, I guess, as far as that, so that's good to know that sound alerts seem to be working. Good deal. I think everything is fired up, ready to go. So we've been doing a lot of work here in the off stream, I guess, as far as to get things going here. So we got this much done, I guess, as far as on our spoiler for our trunk. So just to kind of give brief overview, I guess, as far as what I've been working on. Yeah, it's going to take a few moments to get as far as get this done, but I'm pretty confident we should be able to get this into Unity. Already got that fired up. Get that in there. We'll be able to get that in here. So that's going to be a tune part for our Camaro. So this is our standard body. So I did use this standard body as a base, I guess, as far as for what we need to do. Hello there, Thunder Lane. Welcome on in.
Welcome to the party, pal.
You got Thunder Lane doing in and on the party. Good deal. I still haven't figured out how to get this to kind of go a little bit slower moving around. I know there's a way to do it. I just haven't quite figured it out. So yeah, we have previously done our engine bay stuff, I guess, as far as the wheel wells and whatnot. So that's all good to go still. But yeah, we're looking to get this trunk in there. Yeah, we've been busy, I guess, as far as over the weekend, I guess, as far as that's for sure. We got we've had some weather, I guess, as far as I had to fight with. Nothing really that severe, but so it's kind of taken away from other things we want to do. So Okay, I do have smoothing on this, do I? I got 2 different versions. I got for the smooth. Okay, just making sure what I got. Gotta make sure what I got here. So yeah, we should be good to go. I already got our trunk and our spoiler and our emblem, I guess, as far as to go in that in there. So the emblem, that'll be the here to go in the center. It should be dead center of that. So I guess that fits pretty well, I guess, as far as what we're trying to depict here. Got all the body color on there, so we're going to see how this is going to look. Now, we don't need to do anything with the rest of the main body and such, just this trunk. And we'll have to make some changes to the config for the Z28 trim just to accept this this new trunk. So, what we need to do is take this spoiler, merge it into the trunk. Okay, and it is important, I guess, as far as what order we select these so that it maintains, I guess, as far as this particular names. So let's go ahead and join that together.
Lizard.
Oh, we got the lizard showing up.
Lizard.
The lizard has shown up.
Lizard.
Silly lizard. All right, so that's together. Guess the lizard wants some of the action. Guess he's super excited. The lizard's excited. So we want to get the emblem now into the trunk. Okay, so if we do join, now that's all one piece. So this is what we want to be able to export. So it does maintain, I guess, as far as the pivot, where we want that to open up at on the hinge. So that's good. So now we can go ahead and export this fellow. Now we can also see this UV, I guess, as far as for this, we're going to have to redo this at some point. This is going to have to be redone, I guess, as far as to allow liveries onto this. You know, as far as if we want to put racing stripes and what have you. If you want that to fall in line, I guess, as far as with the rest of the body, this is going to have to get redone. But for now, that'll have to do. Yeah, that's going to be, I can already see that's going to be a pain. I might go back. Now that I think of this, I might go back, I guess, as far as to try to correct some of that, because like the Z28 badge, for instance, I guess as far as we're going to need that to be, I could always try to put this off to the side. I don't necessarily need to have it in this coordinate, so that's something else we can consider. I think I might do that. So we're going to go backwards here. We're going to go Control Z. Do this. Yep, and then I want to isolate this dude. And what we're going to try to do is move that down. Just put it below, I guess, as far as that can learn. Hopefully we didn't hurt ourselves. We're not even in the shop today, I guess, as far as, so maybe once we get in there, I guess, as far as, we'll have to make sure we sweep that sweepy spot out. Gotta sweep that slurper spot up. Alright, so let me go ahead and select all of this. So there is a texture to this. I'm gonna have to look at it this way to make sure. Alright, now if we take all of that.
Racer Batman says, I am awesome, got the grass done today.
You got it done today? That's kind of early, it seems. Kind of early. Hopefully it's the grass is not dry like it is here. Yes, I made a suggestion to the person's turn that it is here, I guess, as far as to not do it. That is pretty awesome. Yeah, so hopefully the grass wasn't too dry like it is here. Okay, so I need to bring this down, so go G. I think this is going to be on the Y. Yep, so we got to watch this texture. Come straight down. Yeah, it's not a good idea to mow it if it's too dry. Especially if you want it to So I had made the suggestion, I guess, as far as for the person's turn than it was where I live. I guess as far as to kind of let it go. Let it go, let it go. Just to kind of salvage it a little bit. So I'm noticing this here is clipping. I might have to fix that. So it's not so much with the emblem. I gotta fix this surface that this emblem is going onto. Got a little bit of clipping on the bottom edge of the emblem. So let's see if we can fix that. So let's go back to the trunk. Oops, I gotta get out of this one first. And let's go to trunk. Okay, what do we got here? How can we fix that? So we got that little bit of I don't want to mess with that. I might have to put a cut diagonal across that just to kind of and maybe that way. Okay, let's see. Cuts like a knife. We're gonna get the knife out. Do this. Go from here to this. Okay. And we might have to go from here to here. Okay, let's try that for starters. And then if I go from there to this corner, let's try that. Cuts like a knife. Okay, now we should be able to adjust that from here. So if we go G on the Y, we got the snaps on? No. It's a little wonky, you've got the snaps on like that. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark there. Oh no. Okay, can I move this over on the X? This is gonna get a little funky on us. Always something. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Let's put this back over here. So I need to put something in here to get this that leveled out. I wonder if I go straight across. Yeah, I might just try to go straight across this one here from side to side. Yeah, I think I'll try that. Yep, we're up to the sketchy stuff already. I'm gonna back that off. Let's do a knife this way. We'll cross the middle, like so. Okay, hopefully that'll give me a little bit more control. I like to be in control, you know. Okay, so let's do D on the Z. Trying to make it so it doesn't have a crease here either. I don't want a noticeable crease, I guess, as far as where we're putting this cut. That'd be bad. It'll be on the Y. Wow. We'll probably have to put another cut up and down here. Got a heck of a contour there. We gotta accommodate that.
Now it cuts like a knife.
Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay, so that's a little bit better. Might put just while it's out there, it gets as far as when I do get into the cutting. Yep. I kind of had it cued in my brain anyway. Oh wow. Wait, did that separate that out? We don't want that. Yeah, that's gonna leave a nasty crease there. Okay, so we might have to put another line on this panel. I don't like the crease that it's leaving on that, that's for sure. There's those daggone crickets. Let's figure out how I can do this here. Let's do GNC. Oh, there we go. That's better. Kinda, sorta. Yeah, the fact that this is changing this color here, that tells me that's a nasty crease there, which we don't really want that. So I might, just to kind of balance that out, put a line across on this panel and smooth that out. Might do that. We'll see how that goes. Let's put... Yeah, let's try that. I don't want to cut this all up the heck it gets as far as just to get this emblem correct, but we want that to sit right. Okay, get my knife out. We'll go from here across. Okay. Yeah, see, that leaves a nasty crease. I don't know if I like that. I might have to think of a different way to do this part. You know, what I could possibly do, flatten this area out where the badge would go, instead of trying to fix it on the bottom. That's leaving a crease right there too. I don't like it. Side profile looks like. Okay. A little bit of tweaks. Wow, that is a nasty, trying to figure out how else I could do that without putting a nasty crease right there. Okay, so first second here, let's get out of this. You're gonna be able to see that crease. Yeah, that's no good. We don't want that. We gotta try to make that look better than that, that's for sure. That's gonna be very noticeable in the game. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna like that. So, I'm gonna see if I can back all that out, and we're gonna try something else. Okay, that's back to square one. Okay. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. So another thing I could try to do, maybe move the emblem up just a little bit more to the top edge. To be quite honest, I was kind of happy with where that rested right there. It's got equal distance between the top and the bottom edge of the spoiler. But this is not working out the way we want, so we could probably try to move this line down. Could try that too. Okay, let's maybe try that. Whoops, we could, well, let's go to edge. No, I said edge, not vert. Thank you. And then if we move this down, we'll try a couple things just to see what we like. This might work better if I were to move this down like so. Oh, so we don't want to do that. It's going to be uneven. So we'll have to go by vertex. MZ. Okay, we might be able to get something like this to work. I think we can make this work. I mean, we don't have to have that line right there. Yeah, we're kind of hoping to get into the game today, I guess, as far as if this cooperates with us. I'm definitely pretty gung-ho, I guess, as far as to get this into the game so we can check it out. Maybe we'll do some burnouts. Uh-oh, why is that not connected there? What is happening there? Okay, hold on. That vert there is not connected. So let's do vertex. Put this on the, whoops, hold on. Auto merge, yep. Okay, let me see. Yeah, that is not connected. Alright, let's do that. Yeah, right there we did. Yeah, right there we did, for sure. Okay, I think we're connected now. Turn the snaps off. That down. Kind of smooth this out. Something like that. Yeah. Cool. Okay, I think we can work with that. That looks good on the badge of the emblem. Sweet. Alright, we'll bring this side down. Now, we'll have, obviously, uniformly across a little bit more of a crease right there, but it'll be uniform all the way down. I think that'll work. You know, it's kind of like just in reality, as far as how much you just have to massage the different panels. I guess as far as to keep them looking the way they need to be. There's a lot we had to do on the body itself, I guess, as far as much the same fashion. Well, it's the same fashion. So something I'm realizing here too, I did not back it all the way out. Oh yeah, I did. What? Hold on a minute. So that was my... Hold on a minute. Am I adjusting the wrong thing here? That's still got the trunk in it? Did I back it out? Okay, hold on a minute. So, uh-oh. Okay, I already boo-booed. Yep, that's still merged there. Crap. Okay, hold on a minute. What was this one? Oh, that's those pieces, I see. That's the underside of that. Alright, I already screwed up. Alright, so we can fix this though. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reopen this scene. Yeah, I forgot to back it all the way out to where I had the spoiler and the trunk separate. So this is my underside, I guess, as far as of the spoiler. Yep, I boo-booed. Alright, so no problem. So we can go like this. Don't save that. And we're going to reopen this. Glad I caught that when I did, because that would not been well. Okay, there we go. Get back to square one. So what I forgot to do is get the spoiler separate from the trunk. That way I can adjust the spoiler by itself. Okay, there we go. My fault. Okay, we got it fixed. At least we know what we need to do. So let's go by vertice. And in actuality, I can start off with edges. Yeah, just a small little thing. It's that was correctable though. Nice to have a backup, I guess, as far as to be able to fall back on. Let's go back to vertice. That's where backups are your friend when it comes to that. You don't have backup, I guess, as far as it makes it a little bit more harder, more difficult. Be able to revert back to a starting point. Oh, that's the one that wasn't merged. Okay, hold on. Gotta remerge that. Back that up. Let's put this on our snaps. Sure, we got our auto merge. Cool. Snap that to there, and that should be good. Now we can move it down to the unit. Now I still have another copy of this spoiler before we do all of this, so if this doesn't turn out the way we want it to, I have another one to fall back on. Again, backups are always your friend, this type of stuff. Helps to have a backup. So something like that. Cool, and now we gotta get the other side. Nope. So just to kind of give you an idea. Oops. How'd that get that way? All the backups that I have of every Blender file, I even got some older ones. I mean, these I probably don't need anymore. These go back a while. These go back to last year. But yeah. So if there's somewhere in the process of when I get to working on something, I say like, wow, that didn't turn out the way I expected. I guess as far as I can go back. That's why I only try to do one thing at a time on each Blender session. So like in this case, we're doing just the trunk spoiler. That's the only thing involved with this latest Blender save. So I don't try to do too much within a Blender file so that I have to go back too much further. So less is more when it comes to doing very little in one Blender session. That way, if something doesn't go right with what you're working on there, you can just go back and start over if you need to. So yeah, this one Blender file that we're working in, as far as the only thing it's dealing with is just the spoiler. Anything to do with the trunk spoiler, this emblem, stuff like that. So it's only focusing on, I guess, as far as those particular items. So I'm not all over the place with dealing with something else in the file too. I'll just take note if something else needs to be addressed, and I'll address that in a different Blender file if I see something else that needs to be touched on. That's one thing to kind of discipline yourself in, I guess, as far as when you do this type of thing. Don't try to do too much in one session, because you're just kind of asking for trouble. Okay, these are not joined. Okay, hold on. We gotta join over on this side. Oh, I see why that's not. So I initially separated that out at one point, I guess, as far as to get the underside. So what's... Yep, one thing at a time. Don't try to scatter yourself, because it can create problems. Let's see. So we need to go back to the snaps. There we go. Nice. Okay, so then we can get off the snaps. So yeah, what I ended up doing, just for some clarity, is there's an underside, especially where the spoiler goes over the body, so that when the trunk goes up, this spoiler is going to go up with it, and there's going to be some back facing just as far as on these trailing ends of the spoiler, so that it's not hollow. That's something else that we've got going on there. That's what this other piece here is going to do. We need to get that. So in fact, let me show this really quick. Turn the body off. Just to kind of give you an idea. So there's going to be back facing in this part on both ends, so that when the trunk is up in the air, that's just not going to be empty in that cavity right here. So along the trunk line, it won't matter, because as far as that's all, none of that's going to be visible. You'll still be able to see the bottom of the trunk, but that's about it. Frickin' crickets, anyway. Alright, so we got that. Okay, let's smooth this out. Feather it in. Yeah, they like to show up, I guess, as far as when we're doing things that are, okay, what is going on with this here? Why do we got a bubble there? Hold on a minute, so we gotta go... Why? Gotta pop that up just a little. There we go. Not sure what's going on with that. We're gonna fix that problem, though. Yeah, so we'll go Y. Pop row just a tad. Smooth it out. That's not too shabby. Give a nice, somewhat even line going through there. Okay, I think that'll work. Let's check this other end. Oh, yeah, we got that over here too. Okay, hold on. Oh, now in a minute, what's going on here? Fix that problem. So we got a few more dents than we want in here. Oh my. Gotta pop that out a little bit. Oh, squeeze me. That one slipped. That one slipped a little. Okay, so what is going on there? What the world? Let's see. Pull this one out. It's trying to poke through there though. I don't even have. Oh, I do have it on. Okay. That's what's trying to poke through there. We don't want that. So that's gonna have a different. I might have to adjust those too then. Okay. Might have to do something more with the underside of that. Now that's trying to poke through. Let's go to this. Okay, we're gonna try to push this in a little bit. Bro, what are you doing? Oh man, none of that's connected. Alright, hold on. Brother. Well, I guess I could try to line that up with the new line. Oh, we got a raffle going on. I missed that raffle. What I could do is try to get this line up with our new line here. Guess maybe I'll try to do that. Yeah, let's try to do that, I guess. Problem is, here, let me turn this off. These are not connected. Is that what's going on? What the heck? Why is that just a floating vert? That's not good. Alright, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Why is this vert not connected to anything? Well, that's just silly. Okay, so let's do this. Don't know why that's the case. Okay, snap that together. There we go. Will that move as a unit? It does. Alright, cool. Now... Oh, who's late? Dark coming in late.
That car trouble. What kind of car trouble?
Definitely in the right place if you got that car trouble. Daggone radiator. That daggone radiator. What's going on there, Dark? How's it working, I guess, as far as with being on the road solo?
Colossal metal ass!
Well, same to you there, Dark. Same to you. What can I say? Was that Bender? That was a Bender. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna try to do, let's get both of these in there. Yeah, it's acceptable violence, I suppose. Let's go like this. Okay, and then I want to go.
Crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS,
No, and no, thank you. So we're gonna bring this down to there. Let's make sure we're on that only. So we'll go G on the Z. There we go. Bring it down to this new line. Ah, who's calling the popo on us? And we got the lizard again. Nice. Lizard's making another appearance. Okay, I want to make sure I'm getting... Oh boy. I don't know if that's the...
What is that?
I don't know. What is that?
What the is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask myself right now. What is that? Well, yeah, we can bring this down. Gotta get this all smoothed out. Uh-oh. Okay, well, I want to select that. That's probably why not what we want to do. Okay, hold on. Back that up. I'm gonna have to turn...
noises!
Yeah, for real. Didn't know those are working. So I think I'm going to turn this off. That's for sure. And turn that off. One to here. That. Okay, let's try this. See if I can smooth it out this way. This is all the underside of that, not we can bring this down. Alright, we gotta smooth this out. Now I'm just kind of playing it blind here, just kind of smooth this out. Might not get this in the right spot. I'm assuming Dark's probably on the road. Are we on the road today there, Dark? Okay, let's try that. Alright, let's bring this back out. Yeah, that should do. Nice. Okay, so let's see what we got to do on the other end. So that should be, yep, both of those. Okay, cool. We'll have to do the same thing over here. So let's turn that spoiler off. Actually, I need to get it started here. Yep. Get it to that line. Let's focus on that one. Cool. Pull this out a little. There we go. Okay. Kind of even that out. Now, you get this line down to that crease right there now. So it's one of those types of things where you adjust one thing, you gotta adjust another. One thing affects the other. It's not a big deal. Okay, if we turn this back on, how are we doing? I don't know what's going on in this corner. Can I turn that back on? There we go. Okay, let's go back into here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Off of that. You can kind of see that. That's up there. I don't know if I like that. There. Might have to tuck that in a little bit. Don't want to see that line. Whoops. That on the line. There we go. Oh yeah, all over the place. That's right. That is so true. Okay, so let's take that off. There, now do that line. You can still see a little bit of that line right there, I guess. know if that's going to be noticeable in the game. Guess we'll find out. Okay, I think we got that good to go. Might have to re-smooth this just to kind of get the ripples out of that new crease there. Yeah, I might have to re-smooth that. Yeah, I hope this doesn't step on it too bad. We're going to try it though. So let's go modifier. Normals. Normal. How does that look? I'm trying to remember how I did that. I think I did this on corner angle, yeah. I think we might be okay. So let's get off of that. Making sure there's no nasty gaps. I think we're okay. This kind of bugs me here, this anomaly here, the way that face is, but... Nope, not seeing this. So it smoothed out that new crease that we put in here. Can't see that as much, that's good. Got that still centered up in the center of that spoiler. I think that's gonna be, I think that'll do. Alright, sweet. We'll go with that. We'll go ahead and apply on this modifier. Boop. So now we've got... Yo, we got Lucas coming in there screaming in. How we doing there, Lucas? What are we up to today? Hopefully no good. What's happening? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Other than that little bit of anomaly there, that looks pretty slick. Alright, so what we need to do now, I'm going to resave this Blender file, since we didn't make those changes. I will still have my backup for the original spoiler. You'd be on the farm. And 4. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this scenes. I'm going, whoop, let's go into here. I'm going to delete this other one. Okay, and then we'll save that one. Go like this. So yeah, that'll be our AAA. Not like the roadside assistance, not that kind of AAA, not that kind. Oh, you had a rough, so it was that rough, you had to get the good sandpaper out. Okay, so we got that resaved, that's good. Now, that'll be our starting point if this doesn't go the way we plan. So what we can do, we can combine that underside to this one. This is a step I kind of missed, I guess, as far as previous time. Control J on that, so that's joined. Then we can join this to the trunk. So join that. And then we also want to join the emblem to the trunk. There we go. So now that should be all in one unit. That's all one piece. That's what we want. And the pivot's still in the same proper spot. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. This is what started it all. As far as I want to put the Z28 down. Okay, so let me back this up. Back it up a second. So I want to get to the emblem. Yep. And we want to move this UV down so it's not going to interfere with the rest of the rest of it. Okay, so we'll highlight all of this like so, and we'll move it down. Now we got to get in on this. So this does have a texture to it. That is texturized. So we want to make sure this is in the proper coordinate. On here, only one level down from our main coordinate. Okay, let's get this moved down. So we're gonna go G on the Y. And we're paying attention in the one view just as far as to make sure the texture is applied correctly, like that. Cool deal. So we can actually focus on that. Awesome stuff. Okay, that looks good. So now, when I combine this together, this UV for this won't interfere with the rest of the trunk, which is all going to be mostly body paint. It's going to be a lot easier down the road. I'll probably end up having to scale this down. I'm not sure yet. I'll have to see how that's going to work. But for now, that'll work. So we'll go like this. Now we can combine this with the trunk. Like so. Now that's going to be separate. So all of this here that is going to be body paint is going to be up in this coordinate. And the Z28 badge will be down in this coordinate. It's still showing the texture properly, so it's good. I'm going to have to finagle, I guess, as far as later on, as far as where the coordinates for this trunk is going to be in comparison to the rest of the body. If we ever do want to get liveries onto this, so we'll be able to put racing stripes or anything like that onto it. That's all going to be figured out at some point. I'm not going to do that right now, though. Okay, so we got our trunk. Got our pivot in the right spot. Now we need to export this guy. This is going to be a tune part. And we'll have to make some changes into our config for this Z28 trim for the car. So let's go ahead and do export FBX. And then we want to put this dude in the tuning parts. This is going to be trunk 3. It's very specific as far as how the game's going to recognize it as a particular trunk. So we got 3 different trunks. We got the standard trunks with no spoiler. We got the one with the SS spoiler, and then we got this spoiler for the Z28. So we want to do only the selected object. Make sure this is on. And then we want to name this trunk 3. So we should already have a trunk 2. Which is this one. This will add another trunk. I'll do this one as trunk 3 specifically. And what that should have done, we go to our tune parts. Now we got a trunk 3, which is right there. So this is what we need to get into our Unity. Get this tune part into the Unity. Let's go into here. So we should see. Should have our trunk 2. Now we'll have a trunk 3 to add to this. So we'll highlight that. We'll go to our assets, import new asset, and point to that new trunk that we just created. Add it in. Oh, it didn't put it where we're supposed to. What are you doing? Why'd you put it in here, bro? Okay, that's not where it's supposed to put that. Gotta go here. Try that again. So I had that folder highlighted. I don't know why I put it in there. So yeah, we definitely want to make sure to get it into this proper folder. Import new asset. And trunk 3. There we go. That's the way we want it. That's the way, I want it. Cool. So that's our trunk 3. Now what I'll have to do, we got everything else still in here. I don't need to put this in the hierarchy. I know it's down here, so that's good. That's all we need to know. What we do need to do is create a new car bundle with that trunk, that new trunk actually applied to it. So what we'll do is we'll go like this. Select this folder, mods, and create the bundle. That should do its thing. Just making sure I got this previous CMS file already backed up. So. And from last week. Okay, so that did spit out our new CMS file, which is right in here. So what I want to do, go in Explorer. That brings it up here, and this is going to be our new CMS file. I'll have to put it into the game. We'll be able to check it out. So before I do that, I want to see if I got this other one backed up. Check this up here. So go here. And let's make sure I got this one backed up first. Pretty sure I did, but I don't remember. Double checking. 6.9 and yes. Okay, so that one is already backed up. So the config that we're going to be messing with in the game, I guess as far as this one here, which is for Z28. So not so much that config, but the body config. We're going to have to adjust this one here to accept that new trunk applied to it. Okay, so let's go back this way. That one's at 5.2, 53. Yep, so that's all good to go. This is all backed up. Wanted to make sure, double check it. Go back into here. That way. Now, egg on crickets. Okay, see where I'm at here. So I need. Why do I got 2 of those? I don't need 2 of those. I don't know why this one's open. Close that. Okay, we need to be here. This is our new CMS file. We're going to copy this dude. Gotta love those new emos, right? Okay, so we're going to put this dude on our desktop. Put it there, and then we're going to need to get this into the game. So I'm going to do this off screen. I trust you. I guess as far as we'll get it. What's going on here? Alright, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and switch this out. Let's go over to the gaming PC. Don't adjust your screen. Alright, so over here on the gaming PC, we've got our new CMS file, which is right here. Yeah, we're all good. So we're going to replace this one in our game. So this is our game directory for where our car is located. We're going to overwrite this one. We've already confirmed we got this backed up. We're going to replace that. And then we need to adjust this body config 3. So we'll change our trunk to trunk 3. That's our new trunk. Oops. And then we don't need this anymore because we're going to use the standard body. So because the standard body has nothing on it on the back end as far as a spoiler, we want to just take this completely out. We don't need this anymore for this config. We'll do that. So this should allow just the use of that new trunk onto that Z28 trim. We'll go ahead and save this. And we're going to confirm that going into the editor. We're going to launch the editor. See what's going on with it. So let's go into Steam. We'll launch the editor. Well, I wasn't in the demo there. I guess I got to go this way. I forgot I launched the demo. Someone was telling me about something more you can do in the 26 demo, and I don't have enough money to be able to do what they were suggesting. So that was the only thing there. So let's launch up 21. I'm going to load the launcher. The editor, I mean. Sorry. Let's check out our Z28 trim in the editor. Should have that new trunk applied to it if we did everything right. So So it's been a couple streams and we've been able to actually see our progress here in the editor. Yeah, that's for sure. Taking a minute here to load up. May not seem like it's doing anything, but it is doing something. So this is something that I've kind of complained about. These other mods, it's being so heavy, you know, as far as the number of trims and number of configs and just all the detail in the body. This is why that's why it takes so long for this editor to load now. Because all those cars that we have so much detail in the body, it just tends to drag down, I guess, as far as the editor. And I've actually confirmed that that's the case, because I've taken those cars out. I've done a new save that doesn't have any of those workshop mods that are so heavy on the detail, and it loads a lot quicker. So there is some truth to that. So this is our SS trim. So far that's loading in good. Let's load up our Z28. And that did not put our new trunk though. So it's got the right body, just not the right trunk. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I gotta add the part to the parts list. Yep, that's a piece I missed. And so far that's working the way it should. It's loading up that proper body. Now it just needs to load in the proper trunk. So we gotta put that into the parts list. That's why I didn't apply it. So my bad, I kind of missed a step there. Let's go ahead and exit that. And we gotta make a change into, load up our, we gotta go to our parts right here, and we gotta add that new trunk 3, I guess, as far as to our list here. So the game knows that it needs to load that from our CMS file. So we're gonna add trunk 3 right here under trunk 2. We can apply our price and all that good stuff too. Whoops. Get out of that. So we'll add a line to this. So I'm thinking on this one here we'll probably go a little bit cheaper. It's not as big a spoiler. I think I'll just do I don't know. Let's do $675. That sounds good. You can put whatever price you want on there, what you feel is appropriate. So that's that part. I'll save. Now another thing we'll have to do is actually create a thumbnail, a part thumbnail picture, I guess, as far as for that part. That's something else we'll have to do in the editor. So what I want to do, some of these here, I guess, as far as I want to maintain and not have it create a new thumbnail for. So the only thing we're going to need is for that new trunk. So our that's in here. Got our drills. That's our engine cover. Where's the trunk? There's our hoods. Wait, does that not have the trunk 2 in here? There's our doors. Yeah, so we got the one for the drag car. I've been meaning to mark those different too. So where is the other trunk? Oh, here they are. We got our main trunk, trunk 2. So yeah, we're gonna need a new trunk 3. It should have that Z28 badge on it. What I'm going to do with these thumbnails, I'm going to copy this out, then on the desktop. I want to reuse some of those, I guess, as far as in that, so once it does create the new ones, I'll be able to pop those in there. Okay, cool, so that's good to go there. So let's launch up the editor, and that should show up on there now just by putting that into the parts list. So the thumbnail is going to work for in the game, I guess, as far as where we can actually see the picture of the part that you're trying to buy in the store. That's basically what that'll do. Okay, now that should show up on this our Z28 trim now. gonna take a minute here to load up because we got all those cars that are heavily detailed. You know, and it's not to say that our Camaro isn't highly detailed. Nice one. So the way those fireworks kind of, as that car was loading in, I guess as far as it kind of lined right up with that. Okay, so is it showing? Oh, it's still not showing. Okay, well, we did something wrong. Why is that not showing? That should be showing. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused on that now. So that should show on there. So I missed another piece somewhere. Okay, let me check my standard. That's loading up, right? Let's load up our drag. That's loading good. So it's just the Z28 is still not showing that proper trunk. Okay, so what did I miss? That should definitely be showing our new trunk. Now, I can actually do this. And for the trunk, we can actually change it here. This is only visual though. That's what this said out there, so it's not going to actually apply. We need to actually get it to load on there, I guess, as far as from the get-go. Here's my trunk. So we got to change trunk here. Now it's not in the warm. But for some reason that trunk 3 is not showing. What the heck, bro? That's weird. A little bit confused on that. So it actually does allow us to select it. We can go empty. Okay. Go trunk 2. That one loads. So what are we doing wrong with this trunk 3? That one doesn't want to load. So something I did wrong in the export process? Trying to think of what I missed there. So the other ones do load. That we can confirm. All right, let's head back over and see what we missed here. Take that out of that. What did we miss? So usually it comes down to just putting it into the parts list, and then also making sure the proper body config is done correctly. Well, the body's showing correct body, so we know we're good there. Front end 3, that's our Z28 drill. Bumper 2, I wonder why that's not showing. Okay, I'm going to take a look at Unity and see if I did something wrong there. Trunk 3. Making sure I didn't misspell it or something. That can sometimes happen too if you just misspell it. So that should be good. Alright, let me switch this back over and kind of show you what I'm doing with. Okay, so what I'm looking at, we got it listed in here. So what I will do, let's actually put it in the hierarchy. Okay, and we can turn the other trunk off, just to kind of see that it is loading in Unity at least. So it does load in Unity. Okay, so we know it should show in the editor then. I'm definitely a little confused here. So if it didn't show in here, then I know there's obviously a problem from the export level of it. Okay, so let's go down to this. a little bit confused by that. So the fact that it shows here. Now, as far as I know, I should not have to have that in the hierarchy, so maybe that was the difference. I might have to re-export that as a bundle just to see. I shouldn't need to have that in the hierarchy. I wonder if that was part of the issue. Okay, maybe we'll try that. We'll go like this, turn this trunk back on. Turn that hood off. Yeah, I'm going to try and re-export this and see if that fixes the problem. So we need to delete this out. Recompile that. Okay, so we still got the cars folder. So this should be empty. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and recompile that. Oh, hold on. Oh my goodness. So go like this. We're going to rebundle this. Something didn't work out, that's all I know. Okay, so that recompiled. Be able to open this folder. Here, a new CMS. Copy that, dude. That to the desktop. Gonna overwrite this, dude. Yep. Okay, now we need to get this over to gaming PC. Go ahead and resave this. Alright, let's switch her back over. Okay, we'll go to... Oh, I just love it. Just gotta love it. It's not so much the technology, it's just the other things. Here's our new CMS file. Copy that, dude. And overwrite this one. So it should only be the body config. I don't think I gotta do anything to... Wait a minute, why is there this? I have no idea why that's in there as far as the preview and upload. Yeah, that's our, I don't know why these are in there. That should not be. Let me double check my backup. And those shouldn't be in there. Double check it. There's. Don't worry what's happening behind the curtain. Yeah, I don't have those in there. I don't know why those are in there. That's back from... Yeah, those don't need to be in there. Not really sure why those are in there. Those need to come out of there. Okay, so what I'm referring to is... this here and this here. Come out of there. Okay, so in this config 3, there's V28. Don't need to do anything in here. It'll only be that body config. There's exterior stuff like our plate, that bonus part, our lights. Making sure. Yeah, shouldn't have to do anything in this file. That's on trunk 3. Yeah, that should all be good. So let's double check my parts. They did add the trunk 3. Oh! Yep, there's my error. So I forgot to change this. So I copied the trunk 2. I forgot to name it trunk 3. Such a dummy. Such a dummy. I still got to change it here. That's what was causing it not to show. That's better. Okay, so we did try to get it in there, but we named it wrong. Save that. Now let's give it a try. Gotta have things named properly, so let's load this up in the editor, and that should show now. We had the right idea, just failed on the execution. Yeah, but even the kitties the kitties get thirsty. Alright, so take a second here to load. I'm gonna have to refresh my ice water here in a second. Okay, so there's our SS. Let's load up our Z28. And there it is. Marvelous. Cool, now let's make sure. Yeah, so it does have a little bit of anomalies in here, I see, so we might have to address those. But for the most part, he's in here. Not too bad. So yeah, it does show a little bit where we cut that off there. We definitely have to fix all these bumps. That look nasty. So yeah, for the most part, she's in there though. Got the Z28 badge. Now, if we open up the trunk, that should be attached to there. Ooh, so I must not have flipped that one over. So I got some faces that are not flipped the right direction, so I got to fix that. Not a big deal. But that kind of gives you an idea, I guess, as far as what I tried to do to get this to not be just empty under here. And when the trunk is open, you can still see the underside of the spoiler. I got some faces that are kind of flipped the wrong way that we can correct, but that's not a big deal. So it's doing pretty much what I expected it to do, to have the spoiler attached to the trunk. That's the way those work. Cool deal. Other than a couple of other anomalies that we've got here, I guess, as far as, wow, we really got some smooth that out. Got a big old ripple right there. You don't want ripples in it. That looks good with that badge on it, too. A lot better than I thought it would. But it also gives that, that sense of the spoiler being separate in comparison to the SS. So this one is all completely infused, I guess, as far as into the body and onto the trunk, whereas the Z28 is separate. That kind of gives you a little bit of perspective on that. Not too shabby. Don't dislike it, that's for sure. So we got the Z28 badge on the grill, got it on the fender, and then also on the back. So another thing I have not attempted to do yet, so I guess I did smooth out this trunk. Okay, I guess I did do that. Good deal. I need to put the Camaro badge onto that, so show that, I guess, as far as in our picture there, and also putting the Camaro badge on the point of the hood. I haven't done that yet either. So just some minor details like that, I guess, as far as like that, but that's looking pretty good for Z28 so far. So let's go ahead and get out of this. Cool. Let's switch this back over. Work PC. Alright, so back over here. Yeah, we're pretty good for the most part on that. We got a little bit of fine tuning to do on that one corner. So let's go back into Blender here real quick. see how that looks. So yeah, mainly right in there. Yeah, we can see those bumps that are in there. Those are definitely showing up pretty wildly. We gotta see if we can correct that. So we did already save that. I'm gonna go back, I guess, as far as to where before we compiled it all together, and kind of go from there. So let's go ahead and get out of this one. Don't save that. And then open this up and open up that Blender file again. This is where we started off with. Okay. So, see if we can smooth those bumps out. Okay, so that has nothing to do with the underside. So it's mostly just on this part here. Okay, so let's see if we can smooth that out. So at least we got it into the game. We were able to get that that much done. So I haven't made a thumbnail for it yet. That's still something we got to do. Trying to think of how I can smooth that out. About right here, is it? Trying to see where that's lumpy bumpy there. Yep, right about here. Yep. Okay, so yeah, that's what I thought. So we want to go like this. Grab both those. That down. Ever so slightly. How does that look? We got a little bit of a ripple there. See that crazy amount of shading there? That's definitely that's where a ripple's at. Don't want that. So we got this little bit here sticking out. Okay, so let's go into this spot. Yep, right about there. Is that gonna come up or down? I feel like that's gotta come up. Oh, that is not together. Uh-oh. Hold on a minute. On that. It's not together there. That might be partly why it's okay, there we go. We got a dent right there. That's just that little dent right there. I'm trying to take care of that little dent. We're in the right spot, that's for sure. Just getting her smoothed out enough, I guess, as far so we don't have that dent. This is, I don't know how the hell get that out of there. That's a nasty dent right there. No, we don't want that. We definitely don't want that. Figure out which way this needs to go. Oh, get it? Maybe? Nope. still see it right there. Oh, it's just so... What the heck, bro? This is nasty right here. Oh, we're gonna fix that. Using data, is that what we're saying? And 4. I don't know how else we're gonna get that out of there. That's gonna bug the crap out of me now. I don't know how to get that to smooth out. You can see it right there. That crease. Shouldn't be doing that. Oops. Yeah, I know if I put a cut going through here, it's going to leave a crease there, which I don't want. Could try to do a diagonal cut for that. That being so stubborn. Alright, so let's get our knife out. We'll go from here.
Now it cuts like a knife!
There it is. Get that out. Yes, that's what I thought. I don't like that. That's gonna make that nasty. Nope, not gonna work. If I could change that shading there, so it fixed it down here, but it messed it up here. That's no good. Nope, that's a bad cut. Take that out. No, let's fix that. Yeah, I'm gonna try and just free float this to kind of see what we can come up with. Trying to get that dent out right there. You can see that crease. And we got this monstrosity to deal with. Am I adjusting the wrong spot? We gotta be at this one here. I think we might have been adjusting the wrong spot. Oh, you're not inside yet? Okay, so we were adjusting the wrong spot. I gotcha. Still got a nasty crease right there. I don't know why it's doing that. That is nasty. Oh, that's right. He fed him and it just needed the water. Part of me is thinking I might need to chunk out these two faces here and reapply. Might have to try that. Then I'd probably have to re-smooth it. Okay, so let's go to faces. Take these two out. Whoa, not that. Bro, why are you going that? Those out of there. Just want these two. So nice. Yeah, we're on the spoilers. Do faces. Alright. You is edge. And create these. Create some new faces here. I'll have to remap that too. For your furnace, you shouldn't need the furnace, but I guess you use that for AC as well. Yeah, that's already creating what the heck? Why is it always doing that to that? That's weird. Yeah. Right. that's normal. But you still have to use the blower on the furnace, I guess, as far as to circulate the air from the A coil. A coil is in the furnace. Kind of weird how you can get both heating and your cooling out of your furnace. Okay, so we need to extrude this one. Okay. I do have that on auto mode. Okay. I'll have to re-UV map that. I don't like how it's creating that funky shading there. Shouldn't be doing that. Okay, so now what we need to do, go to faces. I have to re-UV map this now. Get new faces in there, so let's do this. Yep, okay, that'll work. All the way across the top of this. You can see how that's highlighting. That looks good there. So we'll remove map that. Cool. Now let's go UV. I remember which one I used on this. I think I did. Smart UV. Yeah. Cool. So that's UV map. Scale her down just a bit. See how that looks over here. See, that's still, I don't like how that these two new panels still look. Got that discoloration there. That shouldn't be doing that. Not sure what that's all about. Well, crap. Not sure why it's doing that. So at least do this. Way my face is flipping. Let's face the right way. Alpha body. I did have some flip faces here. if I do. Holy crap. Oh, okay. Alright, so this, that on. Those should be faced the right way. Why was that showing hollow? That doesn't make any sense. What the heck? Oh, this should have been red, I would expected. That's why I was showing a big hole there in the editor, but it's not showing that way. Same with this side. I'm a little bit confused there as to why that's showing a hole there in the editor. Huh. Strange. Yeah, I expected this to be red, but it's not. So that's an issue. Turn this back on. I don't know. I guess we'll have to try this in the game and see if it shows weird discoloration there. I don't. Normally it does. I don't feel like that really fixed it as well as I was hoping it would have. See if we can get a raffle going. Oh, we already got a raffle going. My bad. Sorry about it. Didn't mean to step on you. Get in that raffle while it's hot. That really bugs me though. It's doing that discoloration there. I wonder if I reapply. Check something. Let me try something here. If I re-smooth it, would be another thing I could try. We got several issues going on here trying to fix this, and also why this was showing in the game as hollow, mainly on this cap on this end. Okay, let's try to re-smooth that. Rachel Batman getting some fluids out of that raffle. Okay, let's do normals. Okay, let's change this to... Wow, that made that even worse. Ouch, I don't like how that turned out. Now it's got a bad... What is happening there? That's ugly. That's really ugly. So we'll kind of fix this area, but now this area is messed up. Why are you doing this, bro? Well, you do what you gotta do. Can't tell people, I guess, as far as any differently, as far as just let their... I don't know, I'm sorry. I'm a big... Not a big fan, I guess, as far as the mowing grass that's dry. Unless you need the hay. I'm not a big fan of that. But, like I said, you gotta do what you gotta do. Now we got this one being silly here. Dang it all. So it fixed that here, but it transferred over to this panel. What the heck, bro? Not what I expected to do. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm saying. So did that snap? What did that snap together? That seemed to have taken it out. Okay. Maybe that might work. Okay, so that looks better there. Look on this end. So let me put this back on the corner. Yeah, let's do that. When I do the corner thing, that's because of this here. If I could figure out why it's still doing that over here. It's mostly on this guy. Oh my, I want that. Nope, 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 don't do that. Just on that spot. I don't know, I might just try to see what that looks like in there. I think it's still gonna have a dent right there. I might try to do the same thing I did up here. Move the face, place it, and then have to try to re-smooth it again. Okay, let's try that. That's right in this area, so let's go to faces. Let's turn these snaps off for now. Let's take all of this out. And then we'll reapply that. Go to our edges. Snaps are off. There. I'll go there. So far so good. And we got these two little slivers. Oh, wrong one. That dude, I'm gonna snap it to there. Cool. Okay. I'll have to re-UV map that again once we get this done. Not even gonna worry about this edge. You're not gonna see that as much. It's kind of like in between the body and the trunk. It's a pretty narrow strip. It's just there, it gets as far as just to make it so it's not a visible line there. Put that in the right spot. Yep, that's good. Okay. Looks good so far. So let's get that re-UV map. Might not even need to re-smooth it. Might just leave it. Got a little bit of a ripple there, I guess, but I might try to leave that. Okay, let's re-UV map it. Whoops, I'm gonna go by face. My bad. You can see that where I took it out here, I guess, as far as it's going to be as an edge. We want to be able to refill that in there by re-UV mapping it. Very important stuff. Especially if we want to get liveries onto this body eventually. Hoping to show some of that process, I guess, as far as getting that applied. So if we'd mainly thinking being able to put racing stripes onto this, for example. I want to be able to do that. Okay, so now we go B, unwrap, R. There we go. That's refilled in. Scale this down a tad. There we go. That's all re-UV mapped. So it's got a little bit big of a dent there, but I don't know, maybe it'll be manageable. Okay, let's turn our body back on. Look. So the other thing I cannot figure out is why this part here is going invisible. Put that down here. Oop. I guess we do want to apply this. Guess I should have done that before I did the smooth. Oops. That's alright, we'll go ahead and apply it. So, I'll turn this off. So yeah, in this part, I expected this to show red, particularly on this face, which is not. I'm a little bit confused with that. That would have been pretty simple, I guess, as far as just to be able to flip that if this was red. And goes there. So, just to kind of, I'm going to flip it back over just to see. Well, we should be trucking tomorrow, I guess, as far as if all goes well. We don't see back here, I guess, as far as then hopefully catch you in the trucking. Yeah, I'm gonna load this back up in the editor and just kind of show. I don't know if we'll be able to do a side by side, but see what we can do there. It is actually 10 to 4. I don't even mention it. It is 10 to 4. get this loaded up here in the editor off screen. Oh, what's going on, JB? Oh yeah, I know the truck. I just thought it was funny because it's like that 10-4 gets as far as is same as 10-4, which it is actually. Well, it's a little bit past that now. Yeah, hope your morning's going well there, JB. We're just trying to figure out an issue with our spoiler on our Z28. I'm gonna see if I can try and do a split screen here. Yeah, let me try something here. I'm gonna put this off screen for a second. Yeah, get that morning coffee, get the day going. You got some rain there? Yeah, we got a pretty sunny day. Currently we're sitting at 72, so not super warm. That's 72 Fahrenheit, that is. Okay, so I'm gonna try something here. I don't know if it's gonna work the way I want it. Let's see, so if I add... And we want... Yep, so we want this dude. Cool. Let's see if this will work. Okay, so that is showing it up on there. Cool. So what I want to do, move this down. I need to resize this thing. Oh, not that, not that. Okay, this should work. So this is what's going on in the editor. Let's try it right there. Lock that down. Okay, let's see how this is going. Okay, so now we can see what's going on in the editor in comparison to Blender. Let's move this over this way. Whoops, wrong one. Okay, so what we're primarily looking at is like this face here for this underside of the spoiler. Okay, so now if I look in the editor and load up our Z28. Okay, so we got the spoiler on there. 17 millimeters? That sounds like a lot. I'm just thinking of like a socket, 17 millimeter socket. I know that's just somehow I relate that. So I need to go. There we go. Gonna get it to work. So let's open this up. And what it's doing, and I don't quite understand. See how it's showing this is hollow? I should not be doing that. So that's showing the, not showing that. So I don't know how I can do this. This is kind of weird because it's showing up on one screen. So anyway, this part here, let me see if I can highlight that. That particular part right there is showing as hollow. It's only 0.65. I mean, that's close to an inch of grain, so I guess that's Pretty significant. So yeah, this highlighted part that I have in Blender, that's the part that's showing in the editor. It's like it's flipped, but it's actually not. So this is actually the driver's side, so we're on the passenger side. So if we check it on this side to go 1-to-1, what I expected to see here is this face here being red, which it is not. So why it's showing empty, I guess as far as in the editor, I'm not really sure. Yeah, so that's a 1-to-1 right now. We're looking at the same part in the editor. I don't know, does it show the cursor? Guess it don't. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's always doing the metric sizes, yeah. Alright, hold on a second. So I think there's a way to... okay, maybe not. Thought there was a way. So does that actually show... Hard to tell, I guess, as far as on the screen. Is that showing the mouse cursor? So I'm particularly looking at this empty spot on the underside of the spoiler in comparison to what's in Blender. I expected that to see red, which it's not. Because that would have been pretty simple just to be able to flip that. So I'm not really sure how to correct that. So between mostly this part, all of this here, I guess, as far as it's pretty much showing red. Don't quite understand that. So yeah, I expected it to be this color. That would have made sense because I could just easily select those and flip them. That's not the case here. Trying to see if maybe something else is interfering with that. So the fact that we've got it collapsed. Turn this on. Okay, let me turn trunk off. None of that is creating a problem. So unless when I collapse this down, it actually flips it. Might have to check and see after I collapse it to see if that's a problem. Because right now I'm not seeing an issue with the parts separated. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is observe what this looks like if we collapse it together. And try to go from there. I think what I want to do first is probably resave the scene because we did update some things. Okay. What I want to do is get this back to where we can save the scene based on the changes we made to this. Body back on. Let's go ahead and, so for now at least, I'm going to turn this off. Make sure I'm back far enough here. So we got our trunk, spoiler, that's the underside, and our emblem. Okay. Alright, we're going to resave this scene, this Blender file. I'm going to spank out this one. Okay, let's go ahead and resave that. Okay, just to confirm. There's our new Blender file. Sweet. Now, what I'm going to do is do this one step at a time here. So we're going to go turn off the body. And I guess what I want to do is turn off the snaps for one thing. Show the base orientation. And what we're going to look at as we collapse this together is whether or not this turns red on either side. Because if it does, then that's our problem upon collapsing. Okay, so we can take let's collapse this into the spoiler. Okay, so it doesn't turn red with that collapse. Okay. And then if we take this trunk, collapse that, so none of those collapse are changing that red. That is so weird. I would have definitely expected if that would have turned red, then that would have been part of the issue. That is not happening. Okay, now we need to get the emblem onto the trunk. Oh, wait a minute, it didn't save. Okay, hold on. So I need to move that Z28 down. Guess I didn't do that yet. At some point there, I'm going to have to take that Z28 and save that Blender file with the Z28 down below. That's not going to mash it all up as far as the rest of that UV. So for now, go like this. I do got to make a point to do that though. Okay, so let's go by faces, all of it. And this is textured, I guess, as far, so gotta watch how the texture actually applies on the emblem. Now the texture is not in here, but we can see it being applied to the actual object itself. We don't need to worry about the texture on this here, just how it's applying to the object in this view. So let's do G on the Y, straight down. So there we go. Now we can merge that onto the trunk, and that'll be separate from the rest of the UVs of the trunk and the spoiler. It's down. I know I had this in the way too, of course I'm going to turn that off for now. So what I was trying to show was having this C28 UV for that, not in this area, just as far as with that. So once I combine this will make sense. I combine this with the trunk, like that. Well, that's all one piece, and now that UV for the C28 badge is going to be separate from all this up here. And it still applies the texture just as far as correctly. Alright, so that's our trunk. So what I want to do, I think I'm just going to go ahead and scrap out the one we previously spit out. I'll just delete this one. Okay, we'll spit out a new one. Whoops. Now we can take this, keep this selected, go to File, Export, FBX. We only want to do the selected item. And in the tune parts, sure this is applied. And let's name this trunk 3. Now, we already did all the other work, I guess, as far as with the configuration. So that the game makes use of this new part, so we're all good there. Go ahead and export that. And that should be... here. There's our new file. So we'll have to get this reapplied into Unity. We'll have to chunk out. Yep, first of all, we're going to chunk this out. Get that recompiled. And this trunk 3 we need to take out because that's the old one. And that's going to show in here in the hierarchy. That turns red. That's normal. Highlight that folder. Go to Assets. Import new asset. Go to that trunk 3. That puts it back in there. So that's our new one. Now we can recompile. Now we got this empty. Recompile this up for our new CMS file. So what it came down to wasn't showing in the editor, I guess, as far as originally, but earlier, I guess, as far as this, because we had it named wrong in the parts list. So we don't necessarily have to have it in the hierarchy unless we want to look at it, but it's all good there. So now we should be able to go to this folder. It should have made us a new CMS file. So we'll copy this out of here, put that to the desktop. Yep, replace that dude. Alright, so what we'll do, gotta exit out of this editor. Alright, let me switch this over. I know it's a lot of flip-flopping. Don't adjust your screen. There we go, so we're over here on the game PC. I've already backed up our parts thumbnails first. What I need to do is bring over that new CM file, which is okay, and paste that into our game directory. There. Paste it, and we know we're ready. There's our new CMS file. Now we should be able to open this up in the editor and see what she looks like in there. Let's see what she looks like. Take it a second or two to get her loaded up. Well, we're particularly, yeah, well, we're yeah, hold on a minute. There we go. Like it wasn't moving. Particularly interested in is the Z28. How we look now. So it's still got that ripple in there. Only when you look at it at a certain angle though. So it's better, but it's not perfect. You got that little bit of a ripple in there still. That's gonna bug the crap out of me. But for the most part, that doesn't look too bad. Got our badge on there. That's about the only area that really has much of an issue. Now let's take a look. So it's still got the seam. You can still see the seam. Or I cut this down. That kind of bugs me too. Should not be there. So we don't have it on this side. Yeah, that's pretty smooth there. So why it's got that so sharp there, I'm not sure. But let's go ahead and open this up. Still showing hollow. Yeah, it's still showing hollow here. I don't understand this. So it's just right here in this cap. Well, the rest of it shows in fine. It's not that part. I'm not really sure why it's doing that though. That is very confusing. So this is what we were trying to correct there in Blender to get this to show as an actual face there. So yeah, other than the fact that the rest of the show has been pretty good. We try to make this a little bit more low poly on this side. We don't really need it to be all high speed or smooth and whatever. We just want it so that it's not hollow when you open up the trunk. And then give it that impression there insofar as it is actually a part of the trunk. I think that worked out pretty good. So in comparison to the SS one, let me load up our SS. This one's a little bit different. This has got a bigger thing, and this is completely infused onto the trunk. So this doesn't have that separation. Much the same as one for the Z28. If we open this one up, you see this one reacts much differently as far as this part stays onto the body, and only this part on the trunk as far as actually moves with the trunk lid itself. So for that, it worked out pretty good. So I guess I'll have to do a little bit more fine tuning, I guess, as far as on the rippled parts, I guess, as far as on the other spoiler. But I think for the most part, it looks pretty good. Really low profile. Pretty slick. So that gives it a little bit more attitude on the Z28. To be more unique, I guess, as far as to the other trims. I like it. So let's go ahead and load this up in the game and see how it looks in the game. We'll load this stuff out of our garage. It's the first time we've been in the game, I guess, as far as in a while, because we usually we've been just applying the changes we need to the car. Got some pretty solid upgrades, I guess, as far as to that though. So let's load this up. I might need to refill my ice water. I'm going to do that while the game's loading. I'll be right back. My bad. Okay, so game's loaded. Took me a little bit to get the ice. The ice was all kind of chunked up in the freezer. So anyway, we got our SS that's out here. I'm gonna pull out our Z28 from the garage. So let's go to our parking garage. Just can't remember where I parked it. Should have all of our Camaros right here. So we want the Z28. There's our standard. There's our Z28. Pull that out. There she be. Ooh, okay, so it did not put proper stuff on this one. Why did it not do that? I'll be dipped. So I expected that to apply proper body and trunk to that. Well, that was unexpected. I'm kind of curious as to why it did it that way. Okay, so this was the old configuration that we had, I guess, as far as with the SS spoiler. But I expected this to apply the appropriate. Okay, so that's not good. So, are we gonna have to find a new? Oh, okay. I guess that's just gonna be a byproduct of finding a separate Z28. I guess as far as that has that proper one. So I guess we'll go and check out the salvage auction and see if we can actually find one. See if it's applying properly. Kind of confused why that doesn't show on this one properly. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. Yeah, because one thing we can do as far as to get the trunk, we didn't do the thumbnail yet, I guess, as far as for that new trunk. So if we were to go into the store right now, it should show that part for the trunk 3, but just no picture. So let's see. Yep, it just shows the trunk C, I guess, as far as there's no image. So you can actually buy it here. We did put it to $675. No image there. So that's cool there. Whoops. So I guess what we'll do is we'll see if we can find... Oh, we can probably even load this up in the salon and see if that loads up properly, because we know it does in the editor, for sure. Yeah, that's totally not what I expected. So let's go check out the salon. See how it loads up in there. Ooh, okay, so we got a drag Nova. Nice. Got, I think that's the avocado Pinot. That's what it's considered. Got that inline 6. Okay, let's go load up a Z28 over here. Gotta find it. So there it is. Okay, so it is loading up, excuse me, correctly. Let's make it red. Nice. Yep, so it does load up the proper components here in the salon. So I guess it's just the one that we have is, okay, well, that's good to know. I didn't know that was how that's going to work, but yeah, it looks pretty good, I guess, as far as that 28 spoiler. Not too shabby. So we know it loads that way, so I guess we can try and find, I guess, as far as one of these cars at the auction. I think we'll probably try it that route. So it's actually even loading up the rims, I guess, as far as the proper coloring. Style and the coloring. And those new fender, those wheel wells just look so nice. Like it. Still trying to dress up, I guess, as far as the firewall a little bit better too. It does have the engine cover. So nice. Alright, so let's head on over to, we're gonna check out a salvage auction. Check that out and see what's going on. So if anything else, we can sell the one we have and try to acquire ourselves, I guess, as far as the with the new config. So I'm trying to understand how the game is recognizing, because by changing the body config in particular, that should have changed it on this, as well as in comparison to the CMS file. So I'm trying to understand why it's loading it this way and not the way we saw it at the salon. Anyway, so did we fix this one up? We did. The only thing we didn't do is put the plates on it. Which, we could do that, put some beater plates on it, we can sell that one. We didn't want to find another one first, though. Definitely want to find another one first. So I think that's what we'll do. Let's head on over to car auctions. Let's see what we can find over here. Salvage auctions seem to be a good place to go, I guess, as far as to find a halfway decent one. So we're looking for the Z28. I guess as far as of that Camaro. It's going to be a blue car thumbnail. Okay, so nothing in the salvage auction. Relatively that same color. Okay, so nothing at the auctions today. We can always check out a barn too. Barn would be pretty cool. We haven't done some round robins in a while. What's going on there, Mark? What's happening? Alright, back here at the house. I guess we're trying to track down another Camaro Z28. 1970 style. Yeah, so we done some work today, I guess, as far as to create... Oh, I gotta love the mini vacations, right? So we're in the process of finding ourselves another Camaro Z28. This one does not have the new things that we applied. So this one will probably end up selling once we do find another one. Might gut out, I guess, as far as... Yeah, we'll figure some things out here. So let's go check out... Let's go do a barn. What the heck? We'll check out a barn. Got these under 100 now, I guess, as far as we gotta probably try to find some more maps. Definitely been a hot minute since we got into searching for the cars. So we got a Firebird in here. That's a 400, so that's not the car we're looking for. We're looking for the Z28 Camaro. What do we got here? Porsche Carrera GT. Got some nice choice of the cars in here, but that's not what we're looking for. We should have one more car in here. Probably over this way. Yep. Got our 69 Camaro. So we're in the same. We're in the right right realm though. This is wrong generation. Wrong generation Camaro. So this one's the drag. Yep, that's one of our own configs, I guess, as far as for that one. So, unfortunately, we did not find the Camaro we were looking for. So, let's see if we'll check out, probably another salvage auction. I want to find this crate before we leave this one. I hate leaving empty-handed after visiting the barn. I'm going to definitely see if we can find a crate before we leave. Checked out the back corner. In there. We already have one. Oh, there's the. Found it. Good deal. Alright, so found a crate. Checked out the cars. Wasn't what we're looking for. We're gonna move right along. Open up our crate and see what we get out of the crate. I appreciate you stopping in there, Mark, I guess, as far as on your little mini vacation there. Yeah, we're having a little bit of fun with some 3D modeling and some gameplays. What's Goldenrod? What do you mean Goldenrod? You been that busy, huh? You haven't been able to check the folks out. So did we change the name? I guess as far as that's another thing. I guess we changed the name. Check and see what we got in our crate. A little bit of a name change, I guess, right? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. A little bit of credits. That's a fat stack of credits, sir. Is that it? Nothing wrong with that. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ticker by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oops. And some scrap points. Nice. That was a fat chunk of credits, though. Love to see it. Alright, so we're going to go check out another salvage auction. Down to 93 barns. I might throw in a junkyard there, too. That's one of my last places to go, because these are in a lot rougher shape, usually. Go check out the car auctions again. I always seem to have better luck finding a car in better shape at the car auctions. Salvage auctions in particular. But we're looking for the 70 Camaro Z28. Should be a... Damn, getting some yeah, I was gonna say that should be some massive exposure in a good way. So you've been mostly performing in which state? I know you had mentioned before. You had the deal with the mayor and all that good stuff. Remember you talking about that before? Right. Okay, I gotcha. So any particular cities, or just mostly all over New York? Nothing there. Oop, so we got a standard here. That's a 5-star. So we're looking for the Z28 of this guy. So no Z28s at this auction for today. We'll find it. We'll definitely find one. That's always good to hear when you get the neighboring states. I've heard of that Club Andromeda. I don't think I've ever been there, but I hear a lot of it. Pretty snazzy place. So we did our Viper vet, or our Viper inspired vet. I forgot about that, dude. We did that on one of our last streams, so we got the Viper power into that deal. Yeah, we did that one. So we got that one parked over on this lift. That's not our main focus for today, so we got the 4 trims of our Camaro. We got the Z28, the SS, the Standard, and of course our drag. We did a lot of work on here to get the roll cage and such in there, as far as get that looking more draggish. Kind of like how this one turned out, actually. I want to get some more stuff in here, as far as to get like an MSD ignition and such. Oh, you're going to be going through, yeah, we had our fair share of problems with going through a management company, as far as long as they don't want to make a cut, I guess, as far as of your commissions, you know, if they don't want a large commission. That was the big thing that we ran into. A couple of different agencies we went to just to get the promotion. Hopefully you don't have that issue. Hopefully not. I don't miss those days at all. As far as just, they get kind of greedy. I guess as far as when you get more exposure and such, I guess as far as the net. Alright, so we're going to go check out... What the heck? We're going to go to a junkyard. Kind of a round robin. Salvage auction, barns, and maybe we can find another barn map, I guess, as far as in this junkyard. We'll see. See what happens. Yep. You do need to help, because as far as, you know, having appropriate staff to be able to handle certain aspects. Just comes down to how much they want to get paid for. You know, if they get greedy, hopefully they don't get greedy on you. So let's check and see what's on our list. Okay, nothing loose that we want. We'll check out some piles here to make sure we got the barn map. Have you ever considered, so I've been watching quite a bit. They stream every Sunday, I guess, as far as on Twitch, the Daniel Wimmer Presents the DWP. Have you heard of that? They're always trying to sign to get exposure for unsigned bands. I don't know if they go to New York necessarily, specifically, but hopefully maybe you get approached, I guess, as far as by approached by that, because I've been watching that every Sunday, and there's a lot of really good unsigned bands. Good exposure. You know, the fans get to vote on whether or not they want to see them perform live at a lot of these mainstream venues in different states. I think I forget what they had on this past Sunday. Forgot what rock festival is going on. Particularly trying to look for the barn map. Yeah, but if you ever look up Daniel Wimmer Presents, go by DWP on Twitch. Hopefully I'll remember, I guess, as far as where they were, what venue they were promoting, I guess, as far as this Sunday. As far as which bands are gonna play. What'd you get, DWP? Nice. So even if you go in there and just kind of what they don't like over there, just a word of advice, don't go in there trying to promote yourself unless they ask. You know, if they say, you know, if you're an unsigned band, I guess, as far as, then definitely follow what they say. They don't like trolls. Like, if you're coming in there and only supporting your own band and not the other bands, they get a little bit upset about that, which is totally understandable. That's one thing I've noticed over there. You get bands coming in there, and that's all they do is want to spam, you know, where your band's performing, instead of trying to show some support for the other bands that are presented on, the ones that are being voted on and such on the stream. So, yeah, got to be supportive of all the bands, even though you're trying to get exposure for your own. Oh man, there's some really good bands that I've seen coming in there. I mean, it makes you tend to wonder why they're not signed. Right, like, that's what they do in there, as far as, like, if they ask you if you've got you know, like a demo or anything like that, you know, they're usually pretty serious. They have, I don't know if they got their email on their channel. They may or may not, I don't, not 100% sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. You're not doing it the wrong way. Well, no map yet. We definitely don't have the car we're looking for. So always forget this spot. Yeah, you get different influences and stuff like that. We definitely got a lot of really cool influences. Not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Well, it's the same as and I guess that's part of in this day and age, I guess, as far as with DWP, I guess, as far as they, ooh, what do we got here? It's a Firebird. Sprint 7067. That's not the one we're looking for, though. Yeah, so the fact that they've this day and age, I guess, as far as the networking includes, I guess, as far as streaming, you know, like streaming your performances and being able to have something video, I guess, as far as to submit to certain promotional places like the one you've done, and also DWP. They want to be able to see, give them some, throw them a bone, basically, as far as what your performances are like. Oh, we got a Pinto. It's a pretty simple roundabout 72. Not what we're looking for. That is true. That's a hard balance. That's a hard balance. But some of the places we've got here, if you do like a remote performance somewhere, you can still charge, I guess, as far as like a ticket price, I guess, as far as for the viewing of that. So it depends on the venue. Sometimes they do offer, I guess, as far as on their website, for people to have exclusive access to that performance that you perform remotely through their venue website. That's what they do here anyway. I don't know how they do it in New York there. But yeah, that's a pretty strong balance that you got to have as far as... But right, so if you can get plenty of those types of opportunities, we never had that back during our heyday. We didn't have all that type of option. We just had to do all that stuff ourselves. Not having someone do the interview of the band. Like an Energizer Bunny. What you like to see. What is this thing? Rear clamshell D? I don't know. Weird. So somewhere I missed a pile. I missed the map. So none of the... We don't have a Camaro out in this deal, unfortunately. Somewhere in one of these piles we got a map. Let's see if I can find it. I'll go back through these files. Yeah, and I've seen so many bands, I guess, as far as they try to, you know, be like an overnight wonder, where they feel like they put one good song out and it's going to get them exposure. Not really how it works. So yeah, you're, like you said, you're primarily sticking around New York, cities in New York, so not necessarily. You're getting some feelers out, I guess, as far as for neighboring states. Did catch that. So I figure out what pile did I miss here. Before the map. Find the map. Find the map. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, I remember those days, I guess, as far as of... we never went that far west. I think as far west as we probably went was still on the eastern side of the Mississippi. So we've gone to places like Wisconsin. We did go to Texas one time, so I guess that's kind of... And so it looks, sounds like you're pretty much the same we did there. So yeah, we've done some in Florida. Not necessarily in Maryland or Rhode Island, anything like that. You had one dude message asking if he could come play in... Oh, in Czech? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's kind of wild. That would be kind of freaky. We definitely never ventured overseas. Did I get this one over here? No map in there. I'm even checking all the cubby holes. I'm not finding anything. Netherlands. Right, that would be a pretty expensive. That's you know, you gotta get a little bit bigger where you got the funds, or get it sponsored, or something of that nature. Yeah, that'd be pretty expensive. You could have to transfer all your gear, you know, as well as yourself. You need accommodations while you're staying there. Yep, it gets pretty expensive. That's the only downside, I guess, as far as to that type of thing going overseas. Oh wow, that just refreshed it, okay. Got things kind of freaking out on me on my end. Nothing y'all are doing wrong. Already checked that file. So where is the stinking map at? Oh, it's in here somewhere. I did check this file. Oh, map, where are you hiding? I mean, I don't really need it that bad, but it's kind of bugging me. I feel like I checked all the files and it's not in here. Should be in that corner right there. Well, it's definitely good to hear, I guess, as far as that, the quest, I guess, as far as is working out pretty good. There it is, found it. Right, so that's the file I missed. And that's what it really matters too, I guess, as far as you gotta have fun doing it. Okay, we got our barn map. Let's head on. No, didn't get the car that we wanted. That's okay. I'm gonna check out another salvage auction. Round robin. Continuing our round robin. Alright, back at the house. We got that Z28 there. So I guess been a little while, I guess, as far since we've been in the game. Done some serious playthrough on this, so oh yeah, that'd be cool. So an actual official music video, not just like practice, you know, practice stuff and whatever. So actually a official video. Nice. Okay, we're gonna put our map away and we're gonna go check out salvage auction. Yeah. So making it pretty official. We never did do any official videos like that. Most of them we did were kind of our own design, which weren't really all that much quality. Yeah, it's always nice to have at least one good professional one. Oh, we got an SS. Not in very good shape. We need a Z28. Okay, so when we got the SS in here, let's check this one out. Maybe be good to me. Oof. Okay, so we don't have any in this auction. Alright. I'm gonna have to check out a barn. That's pretty good, I guess, as far as when you have that. Obviously, they're looking for business too, I guess, as far as to make a buck. Oh, absolutely. As far as like you want to show support for them supporting you, yeah, especially when they can do quality. Oh, so we got the random event here, I guess, as far as with the Mini Cooper. That's right. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna call the police on this one. I always get in trouble. Try taking stuff off of this one here. We don't want to take off any parts. Do that. Kind of wild how this works. You can steal stuff off of here, but this is one of the... Man, that headlight's really bright, isn't it? There it goes. We're gonna go ahead. You like to call the cops? Yes. Get it out of here. You idiot. Stop drinking and driving. Ooh, yeah, look at how nice and shiny our drag. Got that nice metallic red on it. Alright, we're going to check out a barn and see if we can find ourselves a Z28 Camaro in there. Of this persuasion. Yep. It's the way you gotta be. It's the way you gotta be. If you're just there to get the paycheck, I guess as far as, that's... It doesn't work that way. Never worked that way. You know, I get it. You know, trust me, I get it. I guess as far as, especially if you're traveling from a different state, I guess as far as to play, you know, I get it. Trust me, we've been there. We got a charger. Charger drag. Absolutely. So that's definitely not what we're looking for. We should have one more car in here. And it is... Where'd at? Right there. So that is definitely not what we're looking for. Is that another Porsche? That's the second Carrera GT that we've seen in two different barns. Anyway, not the cars we're looking for. So we'll see if we can find the crate. We're gonna go back to the front of the barn. Okay, nothing there. Don't want to leave empty-handed, even though we don't have any cars in here we're interested in. Definitely check out the merchandise. We got a fat stack of credits in that last crate we found. Almost 7,000 credits. A good chunk of credits there. Puts us toward being able to buy another Camaro Z28. There it is. Found it. Alright, cool. So we checked all the cars, got our crate, then back to the house. So, when is the next show? I know you said you had... I think you didn't mention it already. You've been doing mostly on the weekends? You got one this Saturday? Nice. So you've been doing it mostly on the weekends? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's when everybody's out, usually. Fridays, Saturdays. I see some of these bands try to do it in the middle of the week. It's like, people still gotta work, so it's like, makes it kind of tough. There are some places that have some really hopping, like Wednesdays. So it'll be like an opener. Would you be like an opener? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a digger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh, nice. QoL headline? Is that what they call it now? Instead of as an opener? That seems like a fancy way to be an opener. I gotcha. Yeah, we've had that spun to us, I guess, as far as before as being a QoL headline. It's like, okay. So it's like, who's the emphasis more on? Eeny, meeny. That's basically the same as an opener. But I get you, though. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ticker by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And another crate. Another chance. Let me get some more credits. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ticker by its toe. If he holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Getting all these. Back over 120,000 scrap points. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a ticker by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Can we get another crate? Nope. That's another fat stack of credits, though. I'll take it. Cool deal. Alright, so that's all of that. Let's go check out another salvage auction. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. As long as they're all for it too. So, looking for Camaro Z28. There's our Firebird Drag 2. That's one of our own configs for that one. Oh, I keep seeing a blue car and I get excited. Okay, so nothing over here. Victory Records? I don't know if I've ever heard of that one. I'll look that one up. So there's a Lambo. Malibu. Okay, so nothing at this salvage auction, unfortunately. Okay, so I guess we're checking out another junkyard. Another junkyard it is. It's a good mix. We get a lot of metal and hardcore, I guess, as far as in that DWP. DWP, they seem to have a lot of hardcore metal. Well, I remember those. I remember those bands. Alright, we're going to check out another junkyard. Down to 93 of those. Let's see if we can get another barn map while they're over there, too. You know how it goes. It's all the round it goes. Alright, give me something good. So, got a car out front here at least. We have a module. Need to look for. It's going to be repairable. Good deal. What we got? Is this a Pagani? Yep, that's the toughest stuff. Yeah, that's basically. Yeah, you definitely want to have that attitude. Play it like it's a practice. You know, I mean, you're gonna give it your all, I guess, as far as during practice too. But that's probably a good approach to take. Definitely a good approach. I think that's yeah, that's pretty good. Now I think of it. So just be laid back. You don't need to be. Well, see, that's the thing too. When it comes to live performances, never make it obvious that you screwed up, because chances are the audience that's never seen you before, they don't know you screwed up. You got to make it look like you meant to do that. In your underwear, yeah. I don't think we ever done that, but I don't know. Maybe you do. I mean, we don't judge. Me. He gave me a pretty crazy vision, I guess, as far as if you rocking out the guitar or the drums, I guess, as far as in your underwear. Thanks for that vision. Yeah, appreciate that vision. I know it was all in good intentions. It's kind of interesting how you can kind of picture yourself. You know, you go into a venue, I guess, as far as wanting to perform a certain way, have a, you know, just kind of pick up on the vibe of the venue, and then it always goes a different direction than what you expected, and it's being able to adapt to that too. Let's see, we are looking for module and or the map. Keeping my eyes open for all of that. Also, kind of taking a look at some of the cars. That's what you do. That's how you sell yourself. That's the way that Firebird one did. There's actually a roll cage for that? I'll be damned. I didn't realize that when I had that. Cool. I think the worst thing that could happen, I'm sure you've probably had that happen, is when, I don't know, like when you have, yeah, that's what you got to do. When you have like a head unit, like you have one of your amplifiers or head unit, I guess as far as for like the bass goes flat, and then when you get other bands, I guess as far as it'll actually donate, I guess as far as their equipment, so they can hear you play, then you know you've been somewhere. We've had that happen in the past too, where it's just like other bands, they want to, you know, you, especially when you start conversing and just mingling, and it's just like you get them interested in wanting to hear what you got. And when you have equipment that goes sour and they want to lend you, I guess as far as their equipment, just so you can do your performance, that's when you know you're getting somewhere. I've had that happen so many times with, like, you know, equipment malfunctions, I guess as far as like, what do you do about that? But when you don't even have to ask, it's as far as it's just like, kind of miss some of those days actually. I don't know what it's like out there now, I guess as far as in this day and age, but that's what I can remember. Wow, we got some really cool parts, I guess as far as for some of these other cars. They rough out there? So is it kind of more every man for himself type of thing, or do you have other bands kind of willing to help, I guess, as far as when they can? That's always good. What is this part? Or what the heck is that? Yeah, I can remember it being that way too, as far as hit or miss. It wasn't always like there were plenty of times when you know, the other bands that you're opening for or what have you, I guess as far as aren't very open, I guess as far as to lending equipment. And those times are tough. You have to kind of work with what you got. Those are rough shows. So still no module or map, and really no good choice of cars yet. Vertical tunnel. What in the heck car is that for? 2% rivet. I have no idea what what car that one's for. That's an interesting labeling. But if I see one in here with no image on it, that's more than likely going to be my the new trunk that we created today. That should be the only one doesn't have a thumbnail, I guess, as far as for it. Need to work on that. Get that created. That'll probably be one of the last things we do for today. Man, I am just not finding anything that I need here. Is that another Pagani? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did that wrong. What the world? There we go. There's a Pagani. It's got a Tempesta up in front, and then we got the Revolution over here in the back. That's wild. I've hardly ever found two Paganis in one junkyard visit. Two different trims of the Pagani. Wild, man, just wild. There's the module. Okay, so that's good. So now it's gonna find the map. The map. The map. I know we got some Door to the Explorer lovers out there. I'm sure we do. Let's see here. I don't know why I'm looking. I already found the module, so we're good there. What do we got here? That's not what we're looking for. And looks like we got a bare frame. Is this electric car? Yep. You know what? I might get this anyway. It is a bare frame. I always make it a point as far as whenever we find a bare frame, we go ahead and buy it. I may not work on it today, but at least we'll have it. I want to buy it. What the heck? That's not what I want. Can you? Normal mode. Can I not buy it? Oh, we're gonna go here, that's why. Duh. It's been a while since we bought a car here. Let's put that in the car parking for now. We got a bare frame, one of those. We're still looking for the map, yep. The map, the map. In here somewhere. There it is. Found it. Alright, cool. So we got airframe car, we got our module, and the map. Let's head back to the house. Alright, so I still got all the blender stuff up here. I guess as far as we probably don't need that up anymore. I think we've got a pretty good handle. I was just kind of surprised that it didn't apply all the changes based on the config of the C28. Still applied, I guess, as far as the old stuff in the back end. That was the only difference there. We're trying to find another one though. So we're gonna fix up this module, put that away, put the barn map away. Yep, let's go in here and fix this up. Try not to break it. Awesome. Alright, we'll put that away. And yep, that'll just go in there. So plenty of modules. I could probably actually take that off the list, actually. We got plenty of modules. Let's go to our shopping list. And we got 8 of those. Yeah, we'll take that off. Definitely need batteries and servos, though. Okay. So let's go check out another car auction. Of the sandwich variety. We need another raffle going? How many folks we got out there paying attention? Get those fluids built up. We are mid-month, I guess, as far as officially here of the month of June. If you don't see yourself in the top 5, I guess, as far as of the fluids, then definitely get on that raffle. What do we got in there currently? We got Thunderlane in the top spot, Racer Batman in 2nd, JB is in 3rd, Armor Guy in 4th, and we got Smootolini hanging on that 5th spot. So currently, we're looking for that Camaro Z28. Where's she at? Where's she at? Not the one we need. What the Sam Hill? What's going on there, Vito? We're trying to find ourselves 70 Camaro Z28. That's what the Sam Hill. We created some new parts, I guess, as far as forts. We're trying to find a new one. Taking a visit over to the auction. Nope, not one. A lot of blue cars, but not the one. Oh, found one. It's a 3-star. Nice. Okay, let's see if it's got the stuff on here we need. Needs a little cleanup, but yep, that's the correct spoiler and body. That's awesome. Love to see it. Love to see it. Oh, excuse you. That kind of slip on you? Alright, we did find it. We got where's this originally from? Minnesota. I still want to know where the large soda is. We got the mini soda, but where's the large soda? This is the new trunk and spoiler combo that we put on our Z28. Trim of our Camaro. So, along with the refined engine bay that we did with the wheel wells and such. Turned out pretty nice. Alright, so we're going to bid on this guy. Start the auctions. Starting at 15. It probably is, but we're going to fix it up. So the high end is 38,000. Well, we definitely want to try to get it under that if we can. I usually like to let the bidders just do their thing, I guess, as far as wait for it to slow down before I start bidding. That's been my approach here lately. Wow, got a lot of bidders on this one. Nope, you're not getting it that easy. Nope. Ooh, that was a quick bid. Ooh, okay, they were on it pretty bad too. Alright. I should have looked to see if this ran. Doesn't really matter, because we can always fix that. Wow, this is going to go over. Oh, we got it! Yes, and it was underestimated by about 1,000. Nice. You always gotta love it when you get it underestimated. Okay, let's receive that. We're gonna put that right in the car garage. Cool. Alright, we got ourselves a Z28. See what else is all here. Just out of curiosity, that's the one we bought. Yo, we got a streaker. Vito's on a 3-stream streak, so I don't know how warm it is for you over there, Vito, but you might want to put those clothes back on. You might want to put those clothes back on if it's a little chilly. Alright, let's head back here to the garage. Oh, well, you might want to keep them off then. Alright, we won't judge. We won't judge if you need to keep them off after shrieking. I guess as far as, we'll just try to look the other way. Alright, let's head back to the house here and check out our new purchase here. So I think I did put that in the car garage. We'll pull that out. No shame in your game? Well. Okay, so that should be... Yep. Let's pull this out of here. So we did get that Tesla Roadster Bear frame. Not going to work on that right now. We're going to get our Z28 that we just bought. I like the color on it, too. Alright, let's move this to the garage. I should have put that on the lift here. And there she is, all in her glory. Needs a little bit of work on the body. Nothing we can't handle. It's yellow. So it was a 3-star, as we observed over there at the auction. Well, so we already got some trade going on, I guess, as far as with the with the weather. All right, let's see if this thing doesn't run. Nope. So it needs some oil. Okay, so let's do that. I'm definitely digging the color on this thing. Yeah, that spoiler on this one turned out pretty. So in comparison to our SS spoiler, it's a little more low profile. Available on the Z28. Then you got the SS spoiler, and then you got we got our standard. That's no spoiler in the rear at all. Oh, that's our 4 trims.
Talk about buttered sausage.
Oh, it's that buttered sausage showing up there. What's going on there? That butter. I don't know. What is it doing?
What it's doing.
I don't know why is it doing what it's doing? I don't know. As far as some of you might have catched some of our playthrough on Foundry, I guess, as far as if you tuned in. Yesterday, we had some fun in there doing some aesthetic. And this engine's in really good shape. Just needs some oil. Yep, we're going to top it off with some fresh oil and see if we can get this thing running. Okay, so we only need a couple quarts. That should be good. Alright, let's check our oil level, make sure that's sufficient.
Come on, you
mother. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm.
God! Same, different day!
Every day! I can't stand it. Hate when that happens. Alright, let's see if she'll start now. Come on, baby. He's a runner. So you're, yeah, over 100 there, I guess, as far as, yeah. It cooled down here, I guess, as far as quite a bit. It's in the last couple of days. How's your morning going so far there, Farm Guy? You got a big day? And we had a big playthrough on Foundry yesterday, so we got the shout out there for Farm Guy. You were playing, what did you play after I got off? Billion? What was that one all about? Yeah, just wait a minute. 2 jobs, so not a too tough of a day. What's a Fillion? What is that game all about? I didn't get a chance to have. Had to get a couple of Z's in there before we started my day. So then we got a runner here, folks. So we're gonna fix up some body panels. Get the body parts fixed up. I did take the badges off with the front clamshell. That's awesome. I love to see it. Ah, interesting. So this is yes, this is the body we're in Blender with. Yes. So we specifically we're working on the Z28 trunk. You know, just to kind of make that. So this was the old one. Yeah, so this is actually showing it in the game as far as how it functions. So we got ourselves a D28 with the new configuration. So this is the old. Oh yeah. Not without some struggles, that's for sure. But it's always fun accomplishment, I guess, as far as you can be able to get it in the game and check it out. So I think we're going to weld the frame too, as far as get that in there. So it's a little rough on the body. So yeah, we did some refinements to the underbody, kind of make it a little bit more refined, especially on the wheel wells. We had a much more primitive type of underwell, I guess, as far as that. I still want to do some more work on the firewall and address that up a little bit more. But we did get an engine cover. Put that over the radiator and all that. I'm going to charge the battery. Cool. Get some of these drained out so we can get these replaced. I haven't done this in a while, I guess. I'm a little bit rusty. I gotta get back in the swing of it. Yeah, we've been in dealing with the Blender stuff, I guess, as far as so much. But I think this turned out pretty good, I guess, as far as to get like the in-game suspension parts to work nicely, I guess, as far as with the actual car body that we modeled. I think it turned out pretty good. Very, very slick. Alright, so we're gonna get this dude out. That dude. The farmer guy's got a couple of jobs to do and he'll be home. Will we got any plans when you get done with the 2 jobs today there, farmer guy? Drain out the radiator. And we'll get that radiator fixed up. I'm kind of debating whether or not I want to swap out the engine that's in, because we already did all the work on this engine. I think I'm gonna take all of this on. Which car there, JB? This one here? Or the D10? Which direction? So yeah, I think I'm gonna pull this one out. We got the performance motor into this guy. Oh, inside, that's our Viper Vet. That's our figure that we did on that. So we did. Yo, big Vito coming in there with the 2 months in a row. Appreciate their Vito. Yeah, we do got a little bit of tuning on this puppy. I think I'm gonna take some of that out of that and put it in this one. We'll swap engines though. So this one here, our Viper Vet. Yo. Big Vito giving one over to Ms. Candy. don't know if Miss Candy's in the lurking in the stream. Appreciate you giving one over to Ms. Candy there, Big Vito. She's been a huge supporter between Ms. Candy and Grumpy there. I guess as far as been huge supporters of the channel. Good grief, Big Vito, going nuts with the subscribers. Holy crap. Yeah, so this is one of our own config. Yeah, appreciate Big Vito. What was that? Oh, we got a choo-choo. We got a hype train going on. I don't have anything special for that, unfortunately. I guess as far as we hardly ever get anything too crazy going on. I guess as far as for those. Choo-choo. Everybody ride the train. Appreciate that there, Big Vito. So who all got one? We got one for Unoffensive. Pancake. Day even got one. Nice. Some very Rainer got one. Wait. A little bit. Kind of jerked on me. So we got Day got one. Rain got one. Tommy got one. Holy smokes, we're not done yet. Farmer Guy's not. Now Farmer Guy's turn. Holy smokes, we got a big time choo-choo going on there. So I guess JB wanted to see, I guess, as far as the Viper vet. It was just something fun that we thought was pretty cool, I guess, as far as to put the Viper into the vet. It's kind of off the wall type of config for that. It's all based on a in-game Mark III Corvette. Just putting the Viper stuff in there. So it's got the stance, I guess, as far as of the Viper. Got the Hellcat rims and such like that. I know some people kind of cringe, I guess, as far as putting the Dodge stuff, I guess, as far as into. We're already at a level 5. Already at a level 5. Holy smokes! I don't even know how to respond to that. I guess we're just gonna keep doing our thing here. So something else I've been trying to refine on the underbody for this here. See how this has got like a hole here, yet it's visible on this side. I need to fix that kind of stuff. We had that issue with the spoiler, new spoiler on the D28, I guess, as far as that too. So got some issues like that. Nothing too crazy. But yeah, I think I'm gonna pull that engine out of that other car. So we're gonna swap this dude over with that one. So let's put this over to, that's gonna be A. I think that's A. And we'll bring that one over. Okay, yeah, cool. That'll put this Z28. So we're gonna yank out the engine out of this guy and put it in this one. And we're gonna take this engine, because we know it runs, and we're gonna slap it in that one. That's right. So we're gonna go ahead and get this up on. So I did get all the body panels off. Yeah. We can get this one cleaned up a little bit so we can resell it. You gonna take it out for a spin? Yeah, feel free. I guess as far as it's just a fun little ride. Little Viper vet. And we'll leave it out there for JB to get. Got the side pipes on it. The Viper side pipes on her. Added some additional cooling. This one does use some bonus parts, I guess, as far as to put the hoses in there, just to kind of, so it doesn't have a gap in there. Kind of cleaned up really nice putting those bonus parts in there. Really nice red go-kart. Yeah, it is. So we don't really have any performance parts to it. It's 100%. No, so no tune, but 645 horsepower at the base. Turned out pretty good. That's before any tuning. So we got all the body panels off this guy. Let's go ahead and get these up on. Oh, I forgot I had this one up on here. Need to fix that up at some point. Let's fix up all the body parts we can on this C28. We'll get her cleaned up. We're gonna swap the engine out. Oh, that's right. I do remember. I know Farmer Guy had to take the kitty, I guess, as far as the vet yesterday. Yeah, I guess so. How did that go there, Vito? I guess as far as with Moose. Moose do alright at the vet. So yeah, we can see. I don't have the picture, I guess, as far as for the trunk, because I still got to do that. Gonna make the thumbnail, I guess, as far as for that picture there. But that is our new trunk that we created. For the Z28. Just need to get that thumbnail. I think I'll try to squeeze that in to kind of show how that's done. I already pulled out the backups for the thumbnails out of our original stuff, so I'm able to put that back in there. So we need to weld the frame on this too. Go ahead and do that while we're at it. Move our welder over. Get it welded. 1200 to get it welded. Oh, I see. So yeah, definitely gotta, you know, protect it from the worms and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, got some wicked shading coming off of that. Look at that coloring, that shading, I guess, as far as coming off the roof. I like this color. That that's killer. I like that. So this one is a little bit lighter. A little bit lighter on the color. This one's a little bit darker. Kind of like it. All right, let's get these parts back onto the car. Got a trunk. Yeah, this doesn't have the image. We're good. So we can fix up the tail lights and headlights and all that good stuff. That's one thing I do like about the mod cars. We have the ability, I guess, as far as to actually fix the tail lights and headlights. Default cars won't let us do that. Fixed up the mirrors. Oh! Okay, so if you got anything off that hype train there, feel free to share it. This is what I got. I got a little, what is that, a dancing kitty? Got a dancing kitty, I guess, as far as out of that hype train. Definitely appreciate that. Appreciate the hype train there. Both Farmer Guy and Big Vito. Much appreciated. It's been a while since we've had a hype train in here. You didn't get any? How come you didn't get any? You should have got one. That's not fair. You're actually one of the conductors. You should have got something. That doesn't seem fair. You should have got something. Nice choice there, Vito. You already got them all? Nice. Yeah, I definitely don't have them all yet. Definitely do not have them all yet. Okay, so how did we do on... Frame is 100%. Okay, cool. So I gotta get the rest of the body panels on. So we got the fender wells. We'll get this out of the way. Yep. It's like Farmer Guy got the kitty as well. So we got the badges to go on. Yep. Don't forget our badges. That's specific for the Z28. Nice. So I was gonna try and make this one here so that I could come up. This badge could come off the trunk. Not that it is impossible. It's just a little kind of a pain in the butt, because what would happen is what I don't like about it. It would let you put the badge on first before you put the trunk, which is kind of silly. So I guess that's the only reason why I made it so that the emblem on the trunk, I guess, as far as is just fixed. That way it just comes off as a unit. Now, if we wanted to, this is the other cool thing. But the way this one isn't specific because of the way the body is, if we wanted to put just the standard trunk on it, we could do that. If you didn't want to have the spoiler for the Z28 and you just wanted to go no spoiler at all, you'd be able to put the standard trunk onto that. And then it would just be like a standard Camaro, only with still Z28 other badging. Any of these other parts here, these can be changed out, which is kind of neat. So if you want to make it kind of a sleeper, you can do that. And that kind of goes for that one too. Yeah, we definitely want to have our Z28 spoiler on that though. So how are we doing? Still got some body parts. We got to put some winders in it. Get some new winders. Let's go here. Get some new wind. Oh, you gotta go to the right store first. That's right. So we need that winder, this winder. So I got some other ideas, I guess, as far as for vehicles that we want to work on. Besides this one, I'm learning a lot with this one here, I guess, as far as of what directions I like to go with the cars. My approach is definitely trying to get as many of the in-game parts to line up with what's going on with the car that you model. Oh, Expeditions? So yeah, I caught you playing some Expeditions prior to doing the Foundry. I think you were having some fun with the Expeditions. I don't know why there's such bad reviews on that Expeditions. It seems like a pretty cool game. I've seen a lot of negative press on, I guess, as far as on Expeditions. Okay, so. Alright, how are we doing on the body? Car status, we are 90% on the body, so that means the last 10% is going to be plates. I think we'll go ahead and put some. We're going to sell this dude eventually. We're going to pull that engine out though and put it in that one. Actually, I got it backwards, my bad. We're going to take this one out, put that in here. We're going to take this engine and put it in that car. We're going to sell it. That's what we're going to do. Yo, appreciate you stopping in there on Offensive. Yeah, we just had a massive hype train, I guess, as far as between Farmer Guy and also Big Vito. How we doing there today on Offensive? Let's see, so hold on. We need to drain the oil out of this puppy. So we got a lot of folks being able to enjoy that ad-free viewing experience. Solid. Alright, we'll get this up in the air too. We'll get the engine oil out of that one. That one pulled. Yeah, funny how that works. So, come out of the shower and be like, whoa, what happened here? Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a hype train, so it's, love to see it. Love to see it. Okay, let's get this trained out. And it's been a while since we've actually done some gameplay in here, as far as we've been very diligently trying to get some things applied to our Camaro. I think it's turning out pretty good, I have to say. Let's move this over to the B, and we'll drain this one out. Yeah, we got that performance engine in this one. Yes, we have. We've played the demo. It's very limited on what you can do. So I did try it out not too long ago. Someone had mentioned, I guess, as far as there's more you can do with the pickup, which is kind of in the likeness of a GMC Sonoma. They call it something else, obviously. But I didn't have enough money, I guess, as far as to do that. So I might play through that in the off stream. Yeah, you can gut it, but you can't do the body work on it. Like, you can weld the frame, but as far as body panels and be able to repair those, it's a little bit limited in that regard. But as far as being able to put a different engine into it if you wanted to, you can totally do that. We might try to do that. Might try to show that a little bit more. So the anticipated release of 26 is probably not going to be till end of year. So there's going to be something to look forward to at the end of the year. Nothing official yet, though. Definitely nothing official. So we need to get some stuff here dismantled. We can get this engine pulled. Get these swapped out. So I even got the performance. Is this performance? I think that's just the standard gearbox. But we did paint it red, I guess, as far as kind of match the performance engine. Pretty solid. Alright, let's get this out. Drive sharing. Kind of gives you a little bit of a look of how so what it doesn't really show on here, we got it up on the rack. If you look here, the way we got the frame design, what's the Cyclone? Yeah, kind of like the Cyclone, yeah, like the GMC Sonoma. So the Cyclone was kind of like an upper tier for the Sonoma. But it definitely does kind of look like a Cyclone in there. So you've obviously played it there on Offensive. But yeah, it's something else I wanted to show. The way we designed our frame, for the car. It actually lines up 100% with the subframes, I guess, as far as they're available in-game. So that's something I like to pay attention to, I guess, as far as when we're designing parts. So the way the suspension responds, I guess, as far as to the body design and such. This is what I like to do. This is my approach. Like, I feel like we're doing it wrong if you don't do that. So that's something you can only see that when it's up on the lift and you're not actually in one of the disassemble modes. Well, that is a tuned gearbox. Okay, we'll have to put that in the other one. Ooh, alright, so we got that all dismantled. We can get that yanked out. Engine oil's out. Now, what I want to do, I'm going to... Yeah, so the fact that they actually have... That's a whole new brand name that they have in Car Mechanic 26. I forget exactly what they call it, but it's definitely in the likeness of the GMC. I'm going to pull this guy off of here. What's going on there, Webb? What's happening? And what's Webb been up to? Yeah, he's doing a lot of trucking lately, I guess, as far as what's happening there, Webb. What is happening? Monday's going pretty solid here. Been a solid Monday, I guess, as far as getting a lot done, I guess, as far as on the Camaro. You doing some IRL farming or virtual farming? Let's see. So I got that one pulled off. Yeah, so that'll be fine. Let's go ahead and put this in the warehouse for now. Let's put that. So I got a couple other ones we got to do too. Alright, that's fine. Go back to here. We'll put this one in there. And what I want to do is put that engine we just pulled. Oh, is this virtual? Oh, so I'm always so used to putting it on this lift. So I'm going to put it over on B, or not to B. Get that yanked out. Oh, I forgot that. I always do that. Got to get that one exhaust section out of there. I knew that. And of course we got to take it off from underneath. Son of a gun, anyway. Yeah, so we're trying to get all this stuff out of here, and we're going to slap it in that one that we just bought. This has got all the config that we worked on in Blender, I guess, as far as to get that Z28 spoiler applied to it. Okay, so where's that exhaust we need to get out of here? Oh, rascal. This guy right here. I don't know why we need to take that off. That's so silly. Should still be able to get that out of there. It's tucked in up against the engine block pretty nicely, so shouldn't be necessary to have to, but the game requires it, so we're gonna do it. Alright, now we should be able to yank her out. And then what I'm gonna do, before we yank this one out, because there's no way to tell the difference between the two engines being performance and what have you, so I like to put those on the side and not on my inventory. So we're gonna slap this one onto there. That way I know it doesn't get confused with the other one once we pull this one out. Now we can get this one over to the other lift. Drop her down. Oh, almost tripped on it. Excuse me, I didn't mean to get in your way. Did we get this one all dismantled? I don't think we did. Hold on a minute. Getting ahead of myself. Nope, sure didn't. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this dismantled. We'll be able to fix up some of these parts prior to putting it back on. This car's pretty clean for being a 3-star from the auction. Definitely got it underestimated, so that was definitely a plus. So yeah, we do have the performance transmission to go back in there. That's cool. So don't forget to take these out. Get on the other one. Cool. So engine oil's already drained, so that should already be good to go. Maybe we yank her out. Yeah, a little bit different shades on both cars. So this one's a little bit darker gray. It was a little bit lighter. Could be just dirty too, I'm not sure. I don't think I put it away dirty, but I might have. Okay, got that yanked out. So you see, so now when I go in my inventory, I know the engine that we've got in here. Not going to confuse it with the other one. Now, the fact that this one's not inspected, that might have been our takeaway, I guess, as far as from which one's the performance one. So I guess that I saved myself the trouble anyway. So we can charge this battery. Get that one charged. And got her yanked out of there. Sweet. So, yeah, let me leave this one here. I'm going to take this engine. Yeah, we should be able to tell the difference though, because this one's not. I think we'll be alright. We'll be alright. Pull this one off. So the way we'll. Oh, that's not what I want. Inventory. So that's the old one. And the performance one is that one. Cool deal. So we want to put in this one. This is the one we're keeping. That's the one we're selling. We need to move this over here. And then we want to install this guy into that one. You know it runs. We already tested it. This back over to A, and we can put the performance one in this guy. Boop. And there you have it. Just like that. Nice little slot. Get this out of the way so we're not tripping on it, and then we can button these up. So I'm going to fix up some parts for the other one. We got the radiator. Drive shaft, starter, and the gearbox. These are all the stock parts are going to go back in the other one. You know, we don't sell anything, you know, kind of, we don't half do the things, you know what I mean? So let's get this one buttoned up here. This is the one we're going to sell. This is the old config for the rear end. This is the new one, just for comparison. Okay, so let's get this one all buttoned up. So yeah, I didn't ask. Have you been liking it there on offensive? I guess as far as with 26 so far. No, I've kind of been digging it. I like the modular stuff you can do. I guess as far as with the engines and so on, being able to put different engines there without having to create a separate config for the vehicle. That's definitely pretty solid. We want to put, yeah, these old ones on here. Yep. This one we're selling. These are still in good shape, so that's fine. They're not in terrible shape. Okay, so that's all good to go there. Nice. Okay, so got drive shafts in there. Let's get fresh motor honey back in there. Oh, you haven't? You've obviously worked on the story cars and the truck, right? Guess I assume that. So let's get some fresh motor honey into this guy. So it is going to be empty, and we'll reconfirm that it runs. Good deal. Yeah, we've done all the story cars, and one thing that I kind of ran into an issue with myself was just the way the new delivery system works with the store, and the way so what it doesn't have in there, and I'm hoping they change that. I want to have the shopping menu, the shopping list, and the pie menu. You know, the fact that you got to go into the actual store to get to the shopping list, I don't like it buried like that. That's one thing I dislike about the game. I'm hoping they definitely implement the shopping list into the pie menu. That's definitely one big thing I would like to see changed on the game. Okay, so do we got a sufficient motor honey in here? That looks good. Beautiful. Okay, let's make sure this thing's running. So this probably did devalue it a little bit, but not too bad. We're at 69% on other parts. Giggity. Alright, let's see if she runs. She's a runner. She's a runner. Okay, so we got her running again, so I'm gonna make sure we can drive it. Well, she's drivable, I guess, as far as this will be good to go to sell it. Make sure we can drive it. It is cool. That's all we need to check. So she's good to go. We're gonna put some dealer plates on it. We're gonna have this one sold. We'll get a pretty decent chunk of monies. Selling that one. We've had it sitting in our parking garage here for a while. So let's put some dealer plates on her. Let's go to the plate shop. Get some standard plates on the front and back. I think I need two, right? Cool. And let's slap them on. We only got the one on the back, that's right. I forgot I did it that way. So we'll take our personal plate off of this. Whoops. And we're going to put it on that one. So we want to put... Yeah, I got too many plates, my bad. So this is originally from Minnesota. One we just bought. Put the standard plate on there, I can sell the other one. So we don't need this other standard plate. And we're going to put our personalized plate onto this guy. There we go. That's our new rad. Wait, and this one's ready to sell it. So this one should be back up to 100% on the body. So the only reason why this is lower is we added the used exhaust parts, pretty much. Pretty much the only thing there. Everything else we kind of fixed up before we put it back on the car. So other than that, it's pretty good shape. Go ahead and sell it. Good chunk of monies, I guess, as far as for that one there. So it should have, what we could have done too, I guess, as far as, we don't have to. This one's still showing it's got the tuning to it. So to kind of remove that, I guess, as far as before we sell it. We'll actually get that tuned over on this one now. Once we get it dynoed. So I think we'll go and take this over to the dyno real quick. Gets a little noisy in here, so just watch your ears. Watch your ears, I guess, as far as in here, so it gets a little noisy. Fair warning. It's 360 horse on this Z28. I did not expect it to get that much lower. That's mostly those exhaust components, I guess, as far as that causing that. Yikes. Okay, so it's still a pretty good running car. Got some good bones there. Someone else wants to purchase that fella, I guess, as far as in the... So now if we look at this, we should not have the... Wait, it's still got tuning on it? What have we tuned on this yet? Hold on a minute. Oh, I got it tuned. I see. I'm gonna pull this out then. Got a fuel pump. And is that it? That might be the only other thing. We put the tuned fuel pump on it. I'm gonna swap that out. Let's take the fuel pump out of this one. Swap that out. I'm gonna re-dyno it. Okay, so we can fix up that that fuel pump. Try not to break it. Okay, we'll put that back in the one that's in the dyno. We'll re-dyno it. Maybe we really didn't have to take that out, but I'm trying to keep this relatively stock on this, I guess. Oh, alright, now let's re-dyno it. Got that all fixed up. Watch ears. Funny. I see what you did there, Vito. I see what you did there. Good one. So yeah, we went down a little bit more because we did change it out from just the standard fuel pump. Yeah, what? What? Yeah, it gets a little noisy in here, I get that. So it did go down a little bit more after changing that out, but it's still in good shape. Cool. We'll go ahead and sell this dude now. We should have it. No tuning. Pardon me. And let's see how we're doing here. So we're still making a good chunk of money, I guess, as far as even standard. Go ahead and sell it. That's got a happy new owner. Good deal. Alright, let's put this performance fuel pump onto this guy. We got to button up the bottom end on this one. Eh? Oh no. It's doing that with the... Oh, what the heck, bro. I might have to close the game out and come back in. So it's not picking up the performance parts. It sometimes happens. Let me see if it does it for the transmission. So, yeah, sometimes this will happen. It'll show in the inventory when it doesn't actually let you apply it to the car. Usually you have to get completely out of the game and relaunch. It happens. Oh, we got a raffle going on there too. Get on that raffle while it's hot. Yeah, so if you weren't... Yep, so that's what it's doing. Alright, no problem. So what we'll do... We're going to save our progress here. And then we'll have to load back into the game. It's a known issue that's been... that sometimes happens with the game. With the performance parts. We're going to go back to... Main menu, we already saved it. Right, so hold please, I guess, as far as while we get this reloaded. I'm gonna get her completely out of the game and just relaunch it. Sometimes it'll work where you could just go to the main menu and relaunch it. I guess it's first, but it's better to relaunch the game entirely. Yeah. Whatever you want to there, Vito. Whatever you want to. Okay, we're gonna relaunch. Alright, we're relaunching. And there it goes. And to reload that. So we do use that quality of life mod, I guess, as far as it does require the melon loader. Alright. This should get us over to these. Okay, again, this should allow us to put the performance parts back on there with getting the game reloaded. Well, it's nothing we did wrong. It's just something that's been known to happen with the performance parts, I guess, as far as in the game. I'm wondering how much problems we'll have in 26, I guess, as far as with... That's something else, I guess, is probably fair to mention with 26, the demo, at least, I guess, as far as they don't have what we do, and with the quality of life mod, it lets you know what's in your inventory and your warehouse. I don't know, did Farming Guy already head off to work? He might have already headed off to work. He said he had a couple jobs. Alright, so this should allow us to put them on now. Got the performance parts here for it. There we go. Try to get this to match up with the color red on that one. I don't know if I did it close enough, but Guess that's close enough for what it's for, right? Okay, so we can get 2 downpipes. Those back in. Keep this one all 100%. Cool. Drive shaft back in. Oh yeah. Now I didn't go through the motions because this is all in pretty good shape. I think I might just leave it like that for now. I guess as far as, but yeah, we can definitely probably take the approach, I guess, as far as to get all this suspension kind of shined up. For being a 3-star from the auction, it's not bad. Not bad. Alright, we got some stuff to do on the top side. So the main thing was just getting this performance engine back into this car that we just bought. Okay, so let's get our radiator. Got our power steering. Ooh, okay, we need to do one of those. I guess I kept that one. Yep, we need new ones of these. No problem. Small price to pay. Let's get some new ones of those. We got our bug juice container. We've got cherry juice container. Got those in. Of course, we get the appropriate fluids into those. Battery's still on the charger, so let's get that off the charger. Ooh, slap that puppy in. Good to go. Nice. Radiator. Got everything in there? So, I'll probably want to drain this out.
What is that?
I don't know. What is that?
What the f is that?
It depends on what you're talking about. I don't know. What are you talking about? What are we talking about? It's probably that buttered sausage again, isn't it? I bet you it is. Probably all about that buttered sausage. I'm gonna drain this out and fix the servo. Probably have to redo that fuse panel too. Yeah, if it has to do with Farmer Guy, it's probably all about that butter sausage, I bet. I would not doubt it. Okay, let's put the refurbished servo in. This is under the dash on that. Got this under the dash for the fuse panel. Yeah, let's get this all fixed up. At least get the engine running nice and smooth. I mean, a lot of these are probably in okay shape, but okay is not good enough. We want it 100%. There we go. Okay, let's get that over to inch. We'll have to get all new fuse and relays, of course. Awesome. We got a refurbished fuse base, and then we get all new fuse and relays. Let's see how many I miss or count too many times. Very easy to do. There we go. So we'll go to the electronics store for all those. So we need 2 of these. 3 of the big boys. Oh, no, wrong one. We need 3 of these. I think it was just 1 big relay. Yep. One of those. 3 of these. 5 of these guys. That's the little guys. And 1 of those. Cool. Let's get those where they need to be. So, I already know, without doing the entire exhaust, this engine's, we're not going to get 100% out of the engine right away. So, we'll see what we get after we get this all this replaced. See how bad we do, see how much horsepower loss we get. Okay, put that cover back on. Good to go. Alright, so did we get the motor honey back in there? I don't think we did. Check the dipstick. Nope, sure didn't. So let's get the motor honey back in there. Put some Tenzo 10W30. Good choice. Good solid choice. Okay, let's make sure we got adequate motor honey. That's looking marvelous. Okay, so let's get our cherry juice in there. Leave a little bit of room for expansion. That'll work. Okay, so then we get some Gatorade juice in the radiator. Well, one thing I know I missed on this so far is the engine cover. Put that over the radiator. Okay, that's sufficient there. A little bit of overflow, it's fine. Okay, get some brake juice in here. We gotta be able to wall this puppy up. Fix that servo up. Okay. Sweet. So yeah, we definitely get to check out and see what problem areas that we might have with the design of the car. So far, I'm not seeing anything. Let's get some bug juice into this container. Gotta be able to clean off the bug guts off the windshield when you're ripping down the track. Alrighty then, so there's that. Wait, alright, so what are we doing condition-wise? Interior, we need to do some work on the interior. Everything else is looking fabulous. 95% on body. What did we miss on the body? That should be 100%. Oh, I forgot the engine cover, that's right. I said that. Engine cover, and that should make that 100%. There we go. Be 100% on body and frame. Other parts are not good, so interior, let's do some work on the interior. Get this down on the ground. And she cleaned up pretty nice. Let's see if she runs. Good run. Wait, what did I miss? Missed something. Why she no start? So she turns over. What did I miss? Batteries in there. Uh-oh. Starters in there, yeah. Did I get the fuel? Oh, I didn't get the fuel pump in there, did I? Thought I put that in there. Yeah, definitely don't have no gas in it. You're right. So I forgot to put the fuel pump back in. No problem. Kind of wild though. It's kind of hard for the engine to start if you can't get fuel delivery. Now she should fire right up. There we go. She's a screamer. Okay, now we gotta fix up some interior. Let's gut this one out. Okay, so we'll get some new seats. So the back seat is static. We don't have to do anything with that. It's modeled in there. Okay, let's go to the your shop to get those items. We need a new steering wheel and a couple new seats. Oh, I think we're gonna have to detail the interior as well. Assemble. Alrighty then, so our status on that. Yep, so I think if we detail the interior, we should be 100%. Cleaning up really nice. Let's get this over to that. Get the interior redone. Yep. Okay, so we should be 100% on that. Yeah, even the other parts, not too bad. So we put that, we were at 83 before we put that performance, yeah, it's all in good shape. So if we did want to clean up the rest of the suspension, we do that, but I think that's in pretty good shape, coming right out of the auction. So what we need to do, let's go ahead and get some alignments done. Get it over to this here. We'll get our dyno and all that good stuff. Wait, that's not what I want to put this over here. We're pretty good on the alignments. We'll leave that alone. Since we haven't touched anything with the suspension, of course, it's going to be 100%. Now, when we redo all the suspension, obviously, we'll have to realign. Let's check out our lights. Oh, they're definitely out of alignment. These are all out of whack. Get those straightened up. Wow, gonna be blinding some people. There we go. Much better. More better like cheddar. Okay, let's get this over to the dyno. Now we know for sure we're not going to get all 360 horse. We haven't redone such thing as the gas tank. We did the fuel pump for sure, and all the exhausts. So none of that. It's all 100%. So I'm guessing maybe a 15 to 20 horsepower loss. We'll see how it comes out. Let's get it over to the dyno. Let's see what we get. So again, watch your ears. I know Vito's gonna come in with the joke, I guess, as far as what am I watching my ears with? It just gets loud in here, so just cover your ears, whatever you need to do. So I forgot I had the performance parts in there, so we probably would have done better, even better, I guess, as far as if we did not have the used parts, I guess, as far as for the exhaust and such. But that's a pretty nice gain, I guess, as far as even what the performance parts that we do have, as far as the engine, gearbox, and all that. Sweet. So let me see. We got 4 gears on this thing, so we got a 3. Rear end. We're going to take this over to the strip and try her out. See how she's running for us. Haven't been in the strip there in a hot minute. Let's take her on over to the strip now that we got her dyno. Feeling a little bit of a stranger, I guess, as far as with not having gone to the drag strip here in a while. Alright, here over here at the quarter mile. See what this puppy can do. So we get to go against the Subaru Legacy GT inline 4 all-wheel drive, no tuning. We did get the same amount of we're at the same amount of tuning as we did on the other car that we just sold. That's good. We did good there. Go up against the Subaru. Got a good launch. Runs pretty straight. Nice. We beat the Subaru, so we got sub 13 second. 13.2, I guess, as far as we beat that thing almost by a second. Nice. Okay, let's try another one. We got the BMW Z4. It's got, what's all these inline 4s? What the heck? Big freaking motors, like what I like to call that one. Give me a real matchup here. Oh, it's got a really tall third gear. Kind of picks up the pace, though. Love to see it. Yep, beat that little guy. Look at how close that one was, though. So, yeah, we're definitely sub 13 second. Love to see it. What else we got? Now, ooh, this might be interesting. These Lambos are actually pretty slow. I think this is part of the police DLC, which we don't have. But we can still race against these cars. But from what we've come to see, these Lambos are kind of slow. Yep, beat that Lambo. Look at that. Cracked the 13-second mark. And we just smoked that thing. Smoked it. We got a Fuely C1. Now, this is what I'm talking about. So this has got the... this is the closest they could come to a Fuely, and that's why it's in quotes. It's not the exact engine, I guess, as far as the Fuely had back in that day, but the fact that one of the first times, I guess, as far as fuel injection was introduced back in '60 on the C1. Pretty cool deal. See who can beat this guy. Got a good 6,000 red line. Really goes deep on the RPM range. I even slept there and we still beat the crap out of it. Slept there big time. And we're still well under 13 seconds. Good deal. What else we got? Well, we got a little rabbit. I like to call it a rabbit. That's another inline 4 turbocharged with slicks. No tuning. Got a pretty good hot rod here with the Z28. Other than having a little bit tall third gear, it's pretty smooth. Beat the Wabbit. Queasy Wabbit. Alright, let's do one more. Mini Cooper? No, I want something... Monte Carlo Standard? Same engine. No tuning. That's a good matchup, actually. It's the same engine. A pretty solid engine with the overhead valve engines. Old school. Gotta love the old school. Okay. Oh, baby. Get him? Yes, we did. And we even slept there, too. Holy smokes. The fact that we can even get a 13-second run, I guess, as far as sleeping that much, that's crazy. This goes to show you how bit of a hot rod this one is. Wait. Alright, so one last thing we need to do. Head back this, let's go back to the house. We need to create a thumbnail for this new trunk. We have that properly represented in the store. We're going to go through that process here. Just to kind of wrap things up. Had a lot of fun here today, folks. It gets as far as on our Monday. Got to do a little bit of dragging with the Z28. Nice. Yeah, she cleaned up pretty nice. There's still some more we can clean up on this if we wanted to. Nice. Yeah, we're, I don't know what we're having. Not really sure what we're going to have. Appreciate the alert there, Vito, and also the subscribers to the channel. So we still got a little bit of work to do on the spoiler, especially in this area. Got that little bit of a dent right there. But other than that, it's pretty solid. Oh, you got pizza. You lucky. Yeah, I don't know what we're having yet. So just to kind of get a look at the trunk. And I don't even know if it'll be that much of an issue. I don't know. It's still going to bug me about that showing a hole. I guess as far as on the underside of that spoiler. So we'll probably continue to mess around with it, I guess, as far as to see what we can do with it. So let's bring this over to, let's back it over to the lift. And I guess we'll bring in our Viper Vet. Bring it back in there. I don't know, JB, did you bring it back? Yeah, I guess he brought it back. JB brought it back. Took it for a joyride. Move this back over to lift B. Leave that spot open. There we go. And we got some stuff we can either sell or scrap. Guess we're just going to sell that stuff. Let's go ahead and sell what we got there. Boop. Make a little bit of money off of that stuff that we swapped out on this car. Wait. Okay, inventory's clear. Cleared out that spot out in front. Let's go ahead and save this up. Let's jump out of the game here for a second. And we want to create some new thumbnails. Okay, let's jump out of this real quick. Okay, let's put some editor music on here. So what we want to do is we want to launch the game. Launch the editor, I guess. This. Launch that editor. And I already got the previous thumbnails, I guess, as far as already saved up there. Everybody's having pizza. I want a pizza now. Y'all give me an idea. I might have to have pizza. Everybody's got the pizza. What's everybody? Where's my pizza? Okay, so what we want to do is go to thumbnails. I'm going to do thumbnails, so it's going to go through its motion. Did I change? Gotta check something on that before. Okay, so I did do the car light. I just want to make sure. Yep, that should be good. Alright, so now we can jump out of this. Now I have some custom ones made up. We're gonna have to open this one up. So the custom ones I have made up are like these here. So the ones that the editor will do, I guess, as far as are not adequate. And by that, you can see, so for the fender badges, it does it, yeah, we don't want them this way. So we're going to replace those, and we should have our trunk 3. There it is. There's our thumbnail for our trunk 3. It's got that Z28 badge on it. Solid. Get out of here with that. So that's what the main thing we wanted there. So we're also going to change out this roll cage. Got a different angle for that one, so we're going to do this and all of these. Well, I copied that out. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and place those. There we go. It's got a different orientation on those. As well as a better look on these. These are more better labeled, I guess, as far as than before. Oh, JB is off to work. You understand it there, JB? Cool. So I don't think we need... Got the body 2, which I'm not worried about. Details 2. Everything else should be good to go. Well, mainly just those fender badges and the roll cage. And we also got our new trunk. Got the 3 different trunks. Got the standard, the SS, and the Z28. Good stuff. So all of that is good to go. So this one we shouldn't need anymore. But I do want to go into the game and make sure that's all going properly. Let's go back into the game one more time. We'll check our store, I guess, as far as for those parts. And that's how we'll finish it off here, folks. I guess as far as had good time, I guess, as far as today, I guess, as far as good to finally be able to have some solid progress on this Z28. Well, the whole Camaro trims, I guess. We've got the SS Z28 standard, as well as our drag. Other than some just some other fine tunes, I guess, as far as to some of the parts, I think we're definitely in pretty good shape. Is it gonna load? What's going on here? Ah, she's going. She's just taking her. So this is something else that I've mentioned pretty heavily. Depending on what type of mod cars that you have and the detail and such, I guess, as far as that exists with them, it's gonna make the car, the game load slow. So either in the editor or the game itself. And I've proven this already, I guess, as far as with just having our own car in there and none of the other mod cars, the game loads a lot faster. So some of these mod cars that are coming out there that are just loaded, I guess, as far as with detail and configurations, not really a good idea. I think it's better to have less in a car pack, I guess, as far as than more. So the fact that I think there's a lot to show for this car, the fact that it has 4 different trims, I guess, as far as represented, and that's, in my opinion, all you really need. I mean, it kind of shows off all the different things that are available for the Gen 2 Camaro. So what we wanted to check in here is go to the store for our car. We should have got our fender badges, got our roll cage. This one will only work for the drag car. So to be able to put that into any other trims, at least in my testing anyway, it has not worked. So that's just for the drag car, and we have our new Z28. Yeah, the fact that we can see the Z28 badge on it, that's a pretty good indicator. So I shouldn't have to put any further labeling onto that. What I probably might do with the hoods is we got the standard, and we also got the low profile. You can't really tell the difference other than the fact that it is a C, and it is a little bit more money than the standard. But I might make this label a little bit better to put cowl induction. Obviously, this one's pretty obvious. It's got the cutout there for the supercharger. But definitely like to have proper badging. So this one's the SS grill, Z28 grill, and then this is the standard. We got our full chrome horn, front chrome horn, and also the split. Of course, the front clamshell. So pretty well labeled, pretty good labeling, I feel, I guess, as far as for some of the parts in there. Easily discernible as far as what's what. So we're gonna go. That all checks out here. So we're gonna save this one last time, and we're gonna head out. Very much appreciated for everybody that did drop by and stick around for today's 3D modeling / car mechanic sim, I guess, as far as for today. Hoping to have more to show coming for our Wednesday. We should be getting back into this on our Wednesday. Maybe I'll get into Car Mechanic 26 to see what else we can do to the pickup. Maybe if I take a little bit different approach so we got more monies available to do some more things to the truck. I might do some playthrough of it on the off stream. Some of you have already seen, I guess, as far as the story cards and such like that. So I want to see what more we can do to that truck, I guess, as far as besides what we have done already. So maybe we'll get into that on our Wednesday, potentially. So if you want to check any of that action out, tune in onto that. So if you are on, we are simulcasting today on both the red side and the purple side. So depending on which platform you're watching us on, I guess, as far as make sure you hit the subscribe. On the red side, I guess, as far as you want to get those notifications, we're going to be doing some trucking tomorrow with the virtual sense. So if you want to catch any of that, definitely make sure you get that. Also, if you're on the purple side, hit the follow on there to get notifications when those streams are live. Also, social medias are posted to the channel. Let me see if my button's working today. It is not. And we're getting some last minute webcam action. Appreciate that last minute webcam action there by Racer Batman. Social medias are right there. We got those posted to the channel as well. Got those social medias posted to the channel as well. I guess as far as you can check those out at your leisure. I do like to let the folks know what's going on in between streams. With all that being said, folks, we're going to send this off to somebody. If you are on the purple side, feel free to stick around if you are on the purple side. I guess as far as for rating on over, I guess, as far as to... I think I got a pretty good idea where I want to go. So if you can stick around for that on the outro, I'd very much appreciate it. If not, that's understandable. But hope to see y'all again real soon.